So those the two national anthems then of Australia, followed by Afghanistan. Nikesh Rugani and Michael Carberry here to take you through the opening few overs of this match. Former Australian international, current Durham head coach Ryan Campbell also alongside us, and you'll hear from Stefan Schemmelt a little bit later on as well. Ryan, just before we let you go for this opening stint, just looking down that Afghanistan batting lineup, what do you think will be the key matchups in terms of the Australian bowlers and the Afghanistan batters early on?
Well, actually, I think Gurbaz is the key. He hasn't really come to the party yet in this tournament, and we've seen in T20 tournaments around the world that he has been an absolute phenomenon at the top of the order. So I think his matchup against Johnson and Dwarshuis, the two left armers at the top of the order, is really crucial for Afghanistan to get off to a good start. If the openers, as we've seen, if they get in and they go big, they can score plenty in the back half of their innings. So I'm looking forward to seeing also how well Australia's Adam Zampa goes on this spin-friendly wicket.
Yep, Zampa certainly will be a bit of a handful later on, you'd expect. Thank you very much for now, Ryan. We'll hear lots more from you throughout this game. Former England opener Michael Carberry alongside me for the opening stages of this game. It looks as though Spencer Johnson is going to open up with the new ball. Carbs, one thing that was noticeable for me during that national anthem as well, the Afghans all with big smiles on their faces as they were singing that. You could feel the pride that they've got here, putting on that blue shirt, putting on the badge of Afghanistan, and seeing those flags in the crowd as well in the stands of Lahore. This means a lot to this side.
Yeah, it's great to see, isn't it? And why wouldn't they? I mean, they'll be full of confidence after their great win against England the other night. And I think it's coming out in the way they're playing the game. So they're definitely backing themselves. You feel with every tournament that they play in, they're growing an extra leg almost. And it's great to see. It's great for the game to see that countries like Afghanistan that have are relatively still young in their development are making such great strides.
The two openers out there at the moment, Ibrahim Zadran, centurion of course from that game against England, Ramanullah Gurbaz at the other end. Just looking at Ibrahim Zadran's record as well, 36 innings, average of 51. So he's not just a one innings wonder, he's got 6 centuries, 7 other 50-plus scores as well. He's a serious player.
Yeah, he is, and that's the key, isn't it? Big scores. If your top 6 are making those big scores, you're giving yourself every chance to win games, especially with their bowling attack, which I think is again growing from strength to strength. It's still an important part of the game.
Right, almost set then for Spencer Johnson to get us underway in Lahore. As I mentioned, gloomy conditions, quite grey and overcast, around 19 degrees. The floodlights have been on for quite some time around the new-look Gaddafi Stadium. It's had a lick of paint, some new seats put in there, and quite a few Afghanistan fans have made their way in for what is effectively a quarter-final here. Johnson then runs in to get us underway. Bit of swing into Gurbaz, who just tucks it off his hip out to backward square leg, and they're going to run through for 2. Oh, that's brilliant running in the end. They set off really quickly looking for that 2. It wasn't a million miles away from the fielder running in off the rope there.
Tell you what, I was a little bit worried for him at one point. I thought it was a strong throw from Dwarshuis, I think, and he really had to get the skates on to make sure he made it in the end, but all good.
Didn't really have to put in the dive or anything like that, just put on the afterburners. And again, that's real intent from Afghanistan early on, but encouraging swing for Spencer Johnson. Started a little bit too leg side with that particular ball, but he's got a couple of slips in place, so the one that swings in will probably be his stock delivery, and maybe the odd one that just goes across the right-hander. That one swings down the leg side and will be signalled wide. Now, this is the thing. Swing early on is good. You've got to be able to control it.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't be too surprised if Afghan look to go hard here, because knowing that this is a use-wearing pitch, you're probably going to be at his best with the harder ball. So don't be surprised if they do take the sort of long handle to someone like Spencer Johnson if he doesn't get his line right, knowing that it's going to get harder through that middle to lower end of the innings.
Johnson tries again. That's too wide of the off stump, and it's taken at first slip. It's not quite Steve Harmison in the 06-07 Ashes, and it wasn't even signalled wide, actually, because at the moment that it passed Gurbaz, it wasn't quite wide enough maybe to be signalled wide by the umpire, but it just carried on swinging, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it can do that under lights from time to time, but that was a very wide delivery. I'm a bit surprised it wasn't called.
Gurbaz then, ready and waiting. In comes Johnson. That's left alone. Outside off stump. Another one which was borderline outside off, swinging away from the right-hander. And just looking at that previous delivery as well, absolutely no chance for Inglis behind the stumps.
Not what you want at first slip either.
Well, it warmed the old hands up, won't it? Not the hottest day in Lahore. For those listening across England, though, with the cold weather over in England at this time of year, I think you'd take 19 degrees and overcast. That's a better delivery from Johnson, straight on the stumps. Well defended by Gurbaz.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crucial here, the Australian quicks. They start well. You know, you don't want Afghanistan to get off to any sort of start on this, well, might prove to be a good pitch, but, you know, it is a used one. So it's only going to deteriorate as the day progresses.
3 without loss, Afghanistan. Couple of balls left in this opening over at the Gaddafi Stadium. Johnson, very full, he's bowled him. It's a brilliant Yorker, in swinging, late movement as well into Gurbaz, and he just couldn't get his bat down in time. He's still looking down at the pitch. He cannot believe that he has fallen so early, and finally he drags himself off the pitch. Johnson strikes early here for Australia. Afghanistan 3 for 1.
Not really sure why he stood there for so long at the crease. It's not really the pitch's fault there, I don't believe. I think it was just a brilliant piece of bowling from Spencer Johnson. Fired in that fast 140k Yorker, and Gurbaz was just simply late on the delivery. Yeah, nothing much to add there. I think it's just a brilliant. I think in those situations you just got to hand it to the bowler.
Yeah, lovely in-swinging Yorker there, and well, I think more from Gurbaz's point of view, it was just huge disappointment, really. Just in a state of shock for a couple of moments. Well, he worked out exactly what has happened, and that brings to the crease Sadiq Atal at number 3. And Australia with their tails up here early on. I'm not quite sure how long Spencer Johnson's had this haircut. I mean, he used to have the sort of blonde flowing locks, didn't he? Always
I know you're going
waxed and gelled at one point.
The estate agent from Clapham.
I don't know if he shaved his head. It's not like a 0 all over. It's kind of a number 3 or 4 or maybe even 5 all over. But it's a crew cut, you'd call it.
It's kind of one. It's
one length all over.
One through the middle, and then the sides look a little bit like mine. I'll let you, let the viewers kind of listeners.
We'll work that one out if you remember Michael Carberry's hairstyle, if we can call it that. Yeah. It doesn't quite look like a mean fast bowler, but he looks a little bit more serious than perhaps he did previously with the blonde locks. Well, anyway, he's on fire at the moment. First delivery into Sadiq is tucked away, I think, off the pad, out towards square leg. And Afghanistan get themselves another run. Yes, indeed, given us a leg bye. So 1 over gone, plenty of action in it. 4 for 1 Afghanistan. And Ibrahim Zadran yet to face a delivery, and it's Sadiq who's nicked the strike as well. So the Centurion will have to wait to face a delivery in this innings.
Yeah, and again, familiar situation. Just loss of an early wicket. But you can see Spencer Johnson's very much in the sort of out of the Mitchell-Stark ilk, isn't he? It's very Mitchell Stark type delivery, that fast Yorker first ball, just to try and see if he can catch the batter unawares. Very underrated delivery.
Ben Dwarshuis then will get us underway from the other end. One of several interesting bits of facial hair in this Australian side. That's a beauty, past the outside edge of Sadiq. Left arm over into the left-hander. It was angled in towards the stumps and moved away beautifully. Lovely shape.
Yeah, I think Dwarshuis is slightly different as a left arm. He more tends to want to hit the pitch, more that sort of back of a length, more of a seam bowler, you would say, than a swing bowler. But that went nicely. Yeah, it went late as well.
Dwarshuis runs in again. Sadiq leaves alone outside off stump. Again, nice gentle swing, you'd probably call it. Not got the express pace as Ben Dwarshuis. Sort of low 80 miles an hour, mid 130s, depending on which currency you prefer. Describe him as maybe a sort of 1940s, 1930s army colonel look with the tash and the short hair. Dwarshuis 82 on his back. It's very full this time to Sadiq, who plays it well on the offside defensively. No run.
Yeah, it's a good tash, isn't it? It's a strong tash.
Strong, yeah. You've got to have a bit of something about you to carry that off, I think.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. But
it's not quite bravery. It's not quite Nikesh Shrigani Movember 2022. You've seen that one, haven't you?
That was a strong tash.
It was I'd call it a hybrid between Mitchell Johnson and maybe Merv Hughes. Oh, that's half volley, which is driven square by Sadiq. Straight to the fielder there at backward point, no run. So good solid start here from Australia. Afghanistan 4 for 1 in the second over.
Yeah, and Steve Smith already on the attack, got 3 slips. Maxwell just he's now moved him from a third slip to, you say, sort of gully catching region after that previous delivery where Sadiq just flirted outside off stump.
Sadiq plays and misses at the next ball. It was in that in-between length. Kind of had to play at it because it was angled in and then just swung late away from the bat. This is really good stuff from Ben Dwarshuis early on, and this is why Steve Smith at the toss said he would have bowled first anyway, given the conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the ball under lights can do this. The white balls don't swing for long. But it's interesting with that, why he would have taken out the third slip.
Dwarshuis completes his over with a full ball, which is driven gently through the covers. And a bit of a misfield there from Marnus Labuschagne, who dived to collect the ball. Almost did a roly-poly, got nowhere near the ball, and had to chase it back a little bit further towards the rope. 2 more runs to Afghanistan to finish that over. 2 overs gone, and they are 6 for 1. Look, a difficult start, but they had a difficult start against England as well, didn't they? 30 for 3, and then that innings from Zadran, and the maturity that they showed to get themselves out of that hole as well, I thought was really impressive, and they're going to have to do much of the same here again today. Yeah,
it was a stunning performance, stunning knock from Ibrahim. I think, like you say, that was the word that screamed out at me, was just the maturity, really soaked up pressure and just batted. You know, it was nice to see someone just bat, building innings, and then you could see the power towards the back end when, you know, the likes of Archer and Wood missed their slot. You know, he put them away.
Johnson then continues. Oh, and that's a big play and a miss. First delivery that Zadran has faced, and he's looking to drive on the up, down the ground. The ball whizzes past his outside edge and through to the keeper, Inglis.
I would say that it's probably the only slight area of his game that I think he is a little bit susceptible early on, where he just doesn't quite get into line with the ball. And then you've got someone like Johnson who's just moving the odd ball off the seam. He's not bringing every single ball back at the stumps. I think he's just got to be a little bit careful playing away from his body there.
Johnson in again. weddings or medical appointments in Pakistan, and it was the only way that they could manage to get out the country, really. He couldn't say, I'm off to play some cricket. Next ball is driven down to long on by Sadiq for a single. And there is that man on screen, Jonathan Trott, head coach of the Afghan men's team. Done a fabulous job since he took charge. Looks a calm figure, actually, at the moment on the seat there in the dugout. 82 for 2 his side in the 18th over. Floated up by Zampa. It's a full toss. It's been gently driven down the ground for another single.
I guess looking at other coaches, I've always kept a close eye on Jonathan Trott. I wonder where his future lies. Bigger country, maybe. County cricket. Stays with Afghanistan. He's done a pretty good apprenticeship, that's for sure.
Zampa floats up another full toss, and that's been chipped over mid-off by Sadiq. That's 4 runs. A couple of slightly looser deliveries in this over from Zampa, just looking to go really full, getting it slightly wrong, and Sadiq doesn't miss out.
Yeah, that's a gimme, that one. And what I will say about the Afghanistani batters is that if they are given an opportunity to score, they will. You cannot bowl bad balls to them, because they do have their wonderful ability to put you away.
How does Zampa respond? That's a better delivery, just outside off, defended by Sadiq with a long stride. Sadiq on to 40 from 55 after a really tough start to his innings. Played and missed it. Quite a few deliveries from the two seamers, Spencer Johnson and Ben Dorsius. Zampa completes the over with a straight delivery, which is flicked straight to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. 18 overs gone. Afghanistan 87 for 2. Here's a question for you, Ryan. You'd have been watching that Afghanistan-England game, of course, as we talked about earlier on. England crashing out of the competition. Lots of questions being asked about the captaincy of Jos Buttler. Also the position maybe of Brendan McCullum in charge of the white ball side. Afghanistan have got a former England player who's doing pretty well, as we mentioned there as head coach. Jonathan Trott maybe in the mix. Should England fancy a change?
Oh, I wouldn't have thought England are going to change from McCullum, considering they've just...
That's short from Maxwell. That's been pulled in front of square for 4. Rahmat Shah just rocking back and smashing that away to the boundary.
Yeah, again, good surface. Saw it was just a hint short, and he was back in position so fast and hits a wonderful boundary. Yeah, I would have thought with McCullum's...
Oh, that's been edged, and that's taken. Josh Inglis with a sharp catch behind the stumps. Maxwell firing one in from around the wicket. The ball going straight on. Rahmat off the back foot, trying to punch through the offside. And it's a fine edge through to the keeper, Inglis. Australia have their third. Maxwell has his first. 91 for 3, Afghanistan.
Again, it's a cross-seamer from Maxwell. Big edge. Inglis, a wonderful catch behind the stumps. And again, I would say that it's a wicket from nothing. It's a ball that's just sliding across the right-hander. And Afghanistan lose their third wicket. It's a big one too. Rahmat Shah, he's a player that generally bats a lot of their middle overs, but he is on the way, and Australia are fighting back.
They are indeed, yeah. 91 for 3 in the 19th over. And this is what Maxwell can do, just bring you that little bit of a bonus wicket, I suppose, in these middle overs. He's been rattling through his overs so far. 3.2 overs, 1 for 11 his figures. And Hashmat Shahidi, the skipper, comes in at number 5. He's going to have to play a bit of a captain's innings here, you feel, to see Afghanistan through. Plenty of overs left in this innings. Run rate at the moment's fine. They've got a set batter at the other end in Sadiq Atal. They can't afford to lose another couple of wickets anytime soon. Left-handed Hashmat marks out his guard. It's ready to face Glenn Maxwell. Maxwell then continues round the wicket here. And Hashmat gets off the mark with a flick to backward square leg for a single.
Yeah, just quickly getting back to McCullum, I wouldn't have thought England will have any thoughts of replacing the great man. Obviously just starting with the white ball team. I think more importantly for England, I think they've lost a bit of their identity in the 50-over game.
Maxwell into Sadiq. That's been driven down the ground for a single.
And that sometimes, unfortunately, that takes time to work out what players, what pieces of the puzzle are you going to put together. And again, we've said it a lot, but young domestic players don't play 50-over cricket nowadays.
Hashmat back on strike, drives, but straight to short extra cover, no run.
So if you're not playing the format, you just can't think that you're going to be good at it just because, you've won a World Cup in the past.
Another dot ball, driven straight to short extra cover to finish off that Maxwell over. 19 overs gone, Afghanistan 93 for 3. It almost seems as if T20 cricket and 50-over cricket in England and, within that England white ball group isn't separated enough, really, because it's a very different game, isn't it? 50-over cricket is almost closer in relationship to Test cricket than it is to T20, especially the modern game.
100%. There's so many stories to be told in the course of a 50-over game that, there is so much that you need to learn, and how to bat, how to go through the gears, bowling, how to bowl through different stages. I don't think England have really replaced Liam Plunkett, who did such a great job for that 2019, World Cup winning team. There's different aspects of the game, and again, I think, just like we spoke about before,
Matthew Short into the attack and comes round the wicket to the left-handed Sadiq. It's clipped into the leg side, no run.
About Afghanistan learning how to play with calmness because they're playing a lot of it. Well, it's the same with England. You have to play a lot to work out what players fit in best.
Short drags one down, and that's been punched off the back foot down the ground for a single.
And I'm sorry, but you can't just say, well, we're just going to go out and whack it and, be really positive and make 400, because it doesn't happen very often.
The thing with 400s as well, even when England were at their peak as a white ball side, that 2019 World Cup, once a world competition starts, once there's that pressure of playing in a World Cup, the scores tend to come down a little bit anyway. There was talk of England perhaps scoring 500 during the course of that 2019 World Cup. Nowhere near they were at any stage really of getting anywhere near that, but still won the competition. Another dot ball there from Short.
But one thing I know about the game of cricket is that everyone catches up, everyone watches, everyone has an idea.
Short goes full.
And the idea can work at the start. Like, look back at the Sri Lanka when they won the World Cup, when they opened the batting with Kalu and Jayasuriya. That was ground shaking, almost ground breaking. But people caught up after that World Cup.
Hashmat defends another one, no run.
And it's the same with England. They went a gung-ho sort of attitude in 2019, and they did a fantastic. Morgan was unbelievable with his captaincy. But everyone's caught up and gone past.
Short completes the over and gets swept, but it was off an under edge there from Hashmat. And there is no run. So 20 overs gone. Afghanistan 94 for 3. Thanks very much for now to Ryan Campbell. Michael Carberry back in alongside me. And Carbs, Australia fighting their way back into this match.
Yeah, they are. They've just managed to put the brakes on a little bit. I think a few cheapy wickets as well, which obviously helped their cause as well. Maxwell has done a reasonable job and just penning them back in, but Sadiq's still in there. 42 of 59 deliveries, going well.
Maxwell continues. That's clipped into the leg side for a single. Sadiq moving on to 43. It's been a good innings from Sadiq Atal, coming in at number 3 after a very difficult start. Steve Smith directing traffic. Always very proactive in the field. Maxwell continues down the leg side to Hashmat, and that's gone through everyone. Trickling away down towards the boundary. It won't quite make it there. Zampa with the fielding. And wait for the signal from umpire Wharf. It is going to be wides. And they ran a couple as well, so that's 3 bonus runs there for Afghanistan. First 20 overs against England, Afghanistan were 81 for 3. Ended up making 325. At the moment, they're 98 for 3, just into the 21st over. Another dot ball.
400 then. There's your 400.
Wouldn't that be something? There is no Ibrahim Zadran at the crease, though. They do bat pretty deep, Afghanistan. Another good delivery there from Maxwell, defended by Hashmat. Got Gulbuddin Naib coming in at number 8. Rashid Khan, number 9. So they have got a long lineup here. Oh, down the track comes Hashmat, and it's off an inside edge onto his pad. There's no run. Could have quite easily dragged that one on.
I think the Aussie spinners have bowled a good pace for this wicket. They've been prepared to just slow it up a little bit, entice the drive.
This time Hashmat stays in his crease, but can only play it straight to backward point, no run. Average score at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore in ODIs this year, 8 innings, 318 is that average score. 7 300-plus scores in that. Next ball is defended as well. Maxwell keeping things very tight indeed. 5 overs, 1 for 17, 21 overs gone. Afghanistan 98 for 3. Give us your thoughts, Carbs, on what the next few overs might look like from an Afghanistan point of view. What have they got to do to get themselves a good launch pad here? Your thoughts on that, and then Stefan Schemmelt will take over on commentary.
Yeah, thanks, Nikesh. Well, I think most they need a partnership of some substance. They've been a little bit guilty of players getting in and getting out.
Short starts a new over, and it's defended by Sadiq into the onside. When you and I were talking earlier on, Michael, we were talking about how maybe Australia hadn't got it, or how they hadn't got it right with the new ball. But the game's changed in the past couple of overs. A short bowls inside edge from Sadiq, goes into the ground, and there's no run, barely trickles off the pitch. Afghanistan were 70 for 1. Then they lost 2 wickets for 21 runs. 98 for 3, short with 5 on his back bowls, and Sadiq pushes ball into the onside. Confusion, throw goes to non-striker, but it's really weak. There was a fielder there at short mid-wicket who had to move around to his right. There was a little bit of yes-no between Sadiq and Hashmatullah. I think it was Nathan Ellis who was in there on the square, and he threw the ball off balance. It just trickled up towards Josh Inglis, and eventually Afghanistan complete the single. 99 for 3 down the leg side. Inglis skips across, fleet footwork to take the ball. Wide called. Maybe should that have gone to the bowler's end, Michael? That's what Steve Smith was saying.
Yeah, I think it should have. Yeah, definitely. I think once you saw the hesitation, it should have been rifled in at the bowler's end.
Hashmat defends against Matt Short. One thing I would say about how difficult batting has looked since Australia introduced spin into the attack, and I think this is something I explore a little bit at the end of the over, Michael, as Hashmat's down the pitch, hacking up towards mid-on. Dwarshuis does the fielding, and there's no run. How difficult it has looked to score runs since Maxwell, Zampa and Short came into the attack. Is this exactly what Hashmatullah Shahidi was talking about at the toss, when he won the toss and chose to bat first? Short skips in. Again, that's down the leg side. I don't know if it's going to be wides or leg buys, but there's going to be somethings, because it's gone away down to long leg. Yeah, there's Kumar Dharmasena just tapping his thigh. 2 leg buys to complete the over. 102 for 3. Sadiq 44, Hashmat 1. And if Afghanistan can get up to something, there's every chance that they can do from 102 for 3 off 22. They've got spinners in their attack that could exploit a worn pitch later on.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I would say is, I think from an Afghani point of view, I think that they've just got to maybe look at the way they're playing these Australian spinners. I think they're getting a little bit too focused on the big shots. You know, in between that, there's just a lot of blocking and not really looking to pick up the ones and twos. I think
Maxwell starts a new over. Now this is in the air from Sadiq, out towards deep mid-wicket for 6. That's a mighty blow, actually. Skip down the pitch from Sadiq. Free swing of the arms. And that's his first 6. First 6 of the innings. It takes him to 50. The left-hander, 50 from 64 deliveries, 108 for 3. Handsome shot, Michael Carberry.
Yeah, that was a terrific shot. Yeah, great use of the feet. Not much turn on offer there from Maxwell. Just almost sliding on into the left-hander's arc there over sort of mid-on. And he's played really well, Sadiq. I think he should be pleased with that effort today. He's hung in there when it was tough.
He's up on his toes this time, punching off the back foot out towards deep cover. Dwarshuis comes off the rope. Single taken, 109 for 3. Sidikola Ratal is his 9th one-day international. It's his 3rd score in excess of 50. One of those previously he's turned into a century. That was 104 against Zimbabwe in December. Only 23 years old. This time down the pitch is Hashmat. I don't know if Maxwell saw him coming, because that was speared outside the off stump. It's missed everything. I think it might have even gone through Josh Inglis's legs, the wicket-keeper, maybe off the bottom edge. Yeah, I think that's going to be runs. The score goes on to 113 for 3 with a boundary right behind the wicket-keeper. It's gone to long stop.
Yeah, cricket wasn't the winner there, was it? It was pretty untidy all round. Not great batting. Managed to get a little under edge, straight through the legs of Inglis to the boundary.
Maxwell bowls on a length. Hashmat sitting back in his crease, pushing the ball towards point. Marnus Labuschagne still with that left leg smeared with blood below his shin, the top of his thigh. Dot ball, 113 for 3. Hashmatullah faces up again to Maxwell. The ball just always coming back into him. The off spinner from round the wicket into the left-hander, trying to create some room. Can be a dangerous game. Pushed into the offside and there's no run.
Yeah, I just think it's that area of Afghani batting they've just got to get a little bit better at, just making sure they get that sort of length into a gap for ones rather than building dot balls.
Completes the over Maxwell, and Hashmatullah, very correct defensive stroke back to the bowler. Glenn Maxwell's having a word with someone, not sure who, as he collects the ball and he gets his cap from Kumar Dharmasena. 23 gone then. Afghanistan won the toss and chose to bat first. 113 for 3. Gurbaz for a duck, Zadran for 22 and Ramat Shah for 12 are the batters to go. Champions Trophy, 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds, BBC Sport website and app, ICC website as well. And head to the BBC Sport website where you'll find the in-play highlights and clips. We're here right through to the end of the tournament too. England's final game tomorrow against South Africa before they head home. New Zealand against India on Sunday. And into the semi-finals and final next week.
Just looking at some of Maxwell's variations there, bowling scrambled seam, which led to the wicket.
When you know that someone like Maxwell isn't turning the ball a great deal, Michael, and especially as a left-hander, is it almost playing him as a medium pacer? Short starts a new over, it's pushed back towards the bowler, does the fielding in his follow-through.
Yeah, I guess coming from a different era, I wasn't necessarily someone who looked to sweep. I would generally look to hit downtown, especially if there's no turn. Different to some of the modern batters now who look to employ the sweeps and the reverse sweeps.
Just kicked for a single, this one by Sadiq towards fine leg. One added to the score, leg by 114 for 3.
But what I also find with a lot of modern batters nowadays, they like to sit back a lot, and I always think that's can be dangerous at times, especially with someone like Maxwell. There's no lot of turn.
Short bowls to Hashmat, who reaches in a defensive stroke back to the bowler.
You know, I was always brought up from a youngster to, you know, when the bowlers are prepared to give the ball flight, you know, use your feet, try and get down the pitch, and as long as you look to hit straight, you're fine.
Short creeps in with a high elbow, jutting out. Hashmatullah takes a step down the pitch. He's been keen to use his feet, pushes the ball into the offside for a single, 115 for 3.
Yeah, that was a good piece of batting. He wasn't quite there. The ball was a good piece of bowling from short. He just pegged his length back, but you can see he just kept a good shape and he's still able to nudge the ball into the gap for 1.
Sadiq pushes the ball oppishly. Now, there is a fielder there at shortest cover. Steve Smith just gathers the ball on the bounce. 1 delivery of the 24th over to go. Short's conceded only 4 runs. This is his final delivery of his 3rd over. It's flashed by Sadiq off the back foot out towards deep point. Alex Carey's there to do the fielding. 24 gone, 116 for 3. Sadiq 52, Hashmat 6. Jonathan Trott, the Afghanistan coach, scribbling in his notepad. Well, no, I just want to ask you, Michael, you said you didn't sweep. Why was that? Because some batters do love to play the sweep, don't they, and others really don't. They look to hit the ball down the ground. What was it for you that made that was your preference when you're playing the slower bowlers?
Well, I say I didn't sweep. I would sweep based on line, but when a spinner who's not turning the ball, who's floating the ball up there, my first initial instinct for me would be try and hit the biggest gap on the field, which is generally back over the bowler's head and try and target the side screen. If it's, say, right-arm off spinner who's just angling the ball down the leg side, as soon as I saw the line is already on that middle, on that sort of leg stump line, then for me I felt that was a better line to sweep from.
Dwarshu's back into the attack then. Left arm seam. First seam in a little while from an Australian point of view. That hits Sadiq on the hip, runs in towards the point region. There's no run. Adam Zampa's off the field. The leg spinner. He's just walked into the dressing room. Jake Fraser-McGurk is the subfielder. He's got some blonde hair poking out the back of his yellow Australian cap. Decent crowd in the ground as Dwarshu's bowls. It's turned off the hip of Sadiq down towards long leg. There is Jake Fraser-McGurk, who's sliding around the boundaries to do the fielding. 2 taken, 118 for 3. I'm going to get geeky here with you, Carbs. As a relatively unsuccessful club cricketer, I would say the sweep shot is the thing that amateur players find the hardest to master. There's lots of things that we can't master, but sweeping is definitely one of them. How there's Dwarshu's bowls again. It's pulled by Sadiq. 1 bounce down towards Jake Fraser-McGurk, busiest man on the ground at long leg at the moment, the subfielder. 119 for 3. How premeditated is a sweep shot or a reverse sweep shot?
Yeah, I think it's premeditated. You're more. It's more the why you're using the sweep shot. I think it was how it was explained to me as a young player coming up. It's more to manipulate the field. So you're looking to move deep backward square leg finer so that you can employ your harder sweep, which goes generally in front of square, or trying to open up a gap somewhere else. It's more a field manipulation shot, I would say, and that goes same for the reverse. You've got your 2 men that sort of on point or just backward a point. If you can get the ball through there, you start manoeuvring deep cover further round, so the bowler now can't afford to drop short or wide because it opens a gap in front of the wicket. So it's, for me, it was more about manipulating the field, but you have to. Dwarshu's balls is short and Sadiq gets his arms around through the ball for a pull shot towards cow corner. He's fetched that really from quite a long way outside off stump, but it was the length or lack of it from Dwarshu's that allowed Sadiq to get his arms through the ball. Bit of a long hop really. 124 for 3. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a good example there, isn't it? Off the pace ball. I mean, he's got 2 straight. The previous couple of deliveries, he's been tucked down to fine legs. So he knew Dwarshu's doesn't want to go that straight again. So he's going to try and bowl a slightly wider line. But obviously not adjusting his field. He's ended up being pummeled through mid-wicket. Completes
the over, Dwarshu's the 25th. Sadiq skips across his stumps and gets a straightest delivery out towards the 2 men patrolling the leg side boundary. In between deep square and long leg, they run 2. That's a profitable over from Afghanistan's point of view. 10 off Dwarshush's 5th as he's come back into the attack. He's got figures of no wicket for 23, 25 gone, 126 for 3, and at the halfway stage, Michael Carberry, feels like a good time to ask, where does the balance of power lie?
I think probably honours even. I think I think Australia have clawed themselves back into the game from I wouldn't say they would be overly thrilled with the first 10 overs, but they would have been happy to pick up certainly the danger man from the previous game, so they would be pleased about that. They have got 3 wickets. I think their spinners have bowled generally okay, especially Maxwell. He's picked up a useful wicket on the way. They haven't gone for loads of boundaries, so I think they'll still feel that they've managed to control the Afghani batsmen to some degree, so they'll be pleased from that. From an Afghan point of view, I know Jonathan Trott definitely would be pleased with this start and something to build upon.
Matthew Short to start a new over. It's dug out by Hashmat, who's again looking to use his feet back to the bowler. Short's been really economical. No wicket for 5 runs, and this is the start of his 4th over. He's a good cricketer, Matt Short.
Yeah, he is.
He's in now. It's outside the off stump and slashed by Hashmat out towards deep extra cover. Carey doing the fielding, just a single, 127 for 3. He's not a superstar of the Australian team, and that's not meant to be derogatory at all. He's just not one of the bigger names, but he's been absolutely outstanding in the Big Bash. He's been twice the player of the tournament in that competition. Really useful off breaks. Punch by Sadiq into the covers. There's Labuschagne doing the fielding. There's no run. And he's so dangerous at the top of the order as well, as England found out the other night. It was Inglis who did the damage in that big run chase, but Short gave Australia a swift start. He's round the wicket to Sadiq, who turns the ball off his pads past Alex Wharf at square leg for a single, 128 for 3. There's a reasonable chance that Matt Short wouldn't be in this Australia team if everyone was fit. We've talked a lot about Cummins and Stark and Hazelwood not being available. There's no Mitch Marshall, Cam Green either. Hashmat drives up towards long on. One more taken, 129 for 3. It probably feels reasonable that Marsh would be at the top of the order, and Cam Green would probably be in the side in place of Alex Carey, who's playing as a specialist batter and not keeping wicket. But Matt Short in particular, more than adequate replacement. It's turned around the front pad by Sadiq to the man at short mid-wicket at the end of the 26th. Afghanistan 129 for 3, Sadiq 62, Hashmat 9. Just to illustrate my point, Short remains figures 0 for 8 off 4.
Yeah, I think Matt Short, what I've seen of him over the last 2 seasons or so, Big Bash, I've been really impressed with him. I think he's, from a batsman's point of view, I think he does a lot of things that I like. He plays good cricket shots. He doesn't try and get too innovative. One thing that struck me from when I first saw him is how quickly he picks up the short ball. I mean, he doesn't hold back. He definitely is one of his strengths, and I think that always sets you up well for international cricket, especially against high pace, which he displayed against the likes of Archer and Wood the other night. So.
Nathan Ellis is back into the attack as well, replacing Dwarshush, who bowled just 1 over in his 2nd spell. Ellis right arm over. It's driven by Hashmat to Steve Smith, the standing captain, at short extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, but he's also, he gives you a lot of other dimensions as well. He's a more than handy off spinner. He can bowl up front with the new ball. I've seen him do that for the strikers. He's a very good fielder as well. You see him posted at first slip. He's obviously got a good set of hands. So there's a lot of elements, and this is what coaches are looking for now, aren't they? They're looking for 2-3 dimensional cricketers.
Hashmatullah's got only 9 from 26 deliveries. He's on strike to Ellis. He will move into double figures with an angle down towards 3rd man. Spencer Johnson does the fielding. The score moves on to 130 for 3. He is, Hashmatullah, the tempo of his game is slower than some of his colleagues. He doesn't play T20 cricket for Afghanistan, for example. He's not made an ODI 100, and this is his 90th cap. Sadiq's on strike, short ball pulled out towards deep square leg. Alex Carey, without the wicket-keeping gloves in this particular iteration of the Australia team, does the fielding on an old practice wicket. 131 for 3 with that single.
Yeah, I think his role really, Hashmatullah, is just to keep trying to give the strike back. I think that's the important thing, is just not to try and rack up the dot balls, which will put Sadiq under pressure. I think he's got to try and help him out, keep the scoreboard moving as much as possible. He's
on strike, the captain, beaten outside the off stump by Ellis, trying to cut a ball that probably a little bit too full for it. 131 for 3, and Afghanistan will know that it happened 48 hours ago, that acceleration can come in the back end of an ODI innings, particularly with the batting they've got to come. Omarzai, Nabi, Gulbadeen, Rashid Khan, they won't hang around. But Hashmatullah with 10 from 28. Left-hander, Ellis skips into his approach past the umpire and bowls. A bit of a tennis shot from Hashmatullah, using his feet again. That's been a real feature of his innings, trying to get down the pitch to both the seamers and the spinners. It goes to point. Labuschagne's throw goes towards a non-striker's end. It's tidied up and there's no run.
Yeah, I think one of the things they've got to factor in is that Australia are definitely going to want someone like Ellis for the death overs with his bag of tricks. So it's important that they don't let the likes of Short settle in, Maxwell to some degree, maybe start to think about targeting one of those.
Ellis completes the over. It's a drive by Hashmatullah. It's a very correct stroke, but doesn't beat mid-off. And the 27th is completed. Afghanistan 131 for 3, Sadiq 63, Hashmatullah 10. I suppose one thing you could say, Carbs, if we're being a bit unkind, Australia's death bowling's probably going to be stronger than England's was a couple of days ago, when Afghanistan crashed England to all parts in the final 10.
Yeah, I think, as I said, someone like Ellis, he's used to that role. He's done it for many years. He will mix his pace, and I think that was what we didn't see as much of in that England effort the other evening, where they got a little bit samey, just running in, trying to bowl quick, and didn't really seemingly have a plan. We didn't try and hit our Yorkers as well, so you can definitely get a sense the Australians will try and do things differently.
Here comes Zampa back into the attack. Now Sadiq greets him by lofting the ball down the ground. Could be a fielder at long off. No, it goes over his head. Short was running back. If he'd been on the boundary, particularly a fielder as tall as Matt Short, it could have been those ones that he could have reached up and grabbed, because it's just dropped over the boundary triangle for 6. But for a moment it looked like one of those that would have the height but not the distance. 137 for 3.
Yeah, initially my heart was in my mouth for him for a minute there. I thought he'd just hacked that up in the air, but he just managed to get it up and over, just get enough on it. That was good. I suppose good piece of batting with the mid-off up in the ring. You've got to try and put Zampa under some sort of pressure. You've got to try and attack some of these spinners, I feel.
He's got 69 now from 79, Sadiq. Australia have rung the changes with Zampa coming back into the attack. It's driven back to the bowler by the left-handed Sadiq, and there's no run. Zampa was off the field temporarily a couple of overs ago, but Steve Smith shuffled his pack. Maxwell, Short, Dwarshuis, Ellis, and now Zampa all employed in the past 5 or 6 overs. Zampa bowls, wrist cocked the leg spinner, and Sadiq reaches out to push the ball past Short extra cover for a single. 138 for 3.
Yeah, I think they've got to somehow try and break some of the pressure that Zampa's creating. Can't just let him settle in. He's too good. But certainly the likes of Short and Maxwell, I think you've got to try and get after them a little bit.
Hashmatullah gives himself some room outside the off stump. Scampers a single, because the ball went to Matt Short on the edge of the ring at mid-off. Short couldn't gather anyway. He's got a big smile on his face as Matt Short, because he knows he's fumbled the ball. He had to turn around and run after it. 139 for 3. Run rate just nudged above 5, and that hasn't always been the case since the end of the power play. Inglis behind the stumps, underneath the green helmet, goes down, and Sadiq wants a single on the onside, and that might have been one that he'd taken earlier on. Having said that, he was very close to Steve Smith at short mid-wicket. He would have been selling his captain down the river, I think. It's a long off, a long on, deep mid-wicket and a fine leg for Zampa. Those are the 4 fielders outside the circle as he comes in to complete the 28th. Sadiq plays around his pad up towards Steve Smith, who's marshalling his troops from close in at short mid-wicket. 28 gone then. Afghanistan 139 for 3. Sadiq has 70. Hashmat has 11. And after some more from Michael Carberry, it's going to be Nikesh Regani.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you can see the plan from Adam Zampa there. He's trying to get Sadiq to play all around that front pad, and he's just homing in on that sort of midland leg line. Little bit of turn, little bit of variation in pace, just trying to get him to fiddle across the line there, hopefully trap him in front of all 3.
Hello, Cubs. Yep, 259, the score predictor. Given Afghanistan's start, I feel they'll need a lot more than that to be competitive here. Nathan Ellis back into the attack, and it's defended away by Hashmat, who takes a stride down the track and then respects a pretty decent delivery there from the right arm seamer. Slower delivery, probably spotted him coming out of his crease early on. 139 for 3 in the 29th. You still old school, Carbs, where wickets in hand, 30 overs, double the score?
Yeah, very much so. I think once you've got a platform, you know, you just need that, you know, 100-run partnership from somewhere.
Ellis charges in, offers a bit of width there to Hashmat, who guides it straight to backward point. Labuschagne with the fielding, no run. Another slower delivery.
Yeah, the thinking was always, you know, if you can get at least 100 to 150 run partnership, you know, it's then a lot easier for the lower order to come in and play those cameos around someone who's in and set. You know, we saw it in the previous game with that getting 170. You know, it's a lot easier to get, you know, for people to come in and play those cameo innings.
Ellis round the wicket, again short and wide, and that has been cut away. As far as Maxwell on the cover boundary, another single.
And I think with Afghanistan at the moment, sort of Sadiq aside, they've got a lot of starts, you would say. You know, people have got in and haven't really gone on. So this will be a crucial phase for Jonathan Trott's team.
This partnership worth 49 off 61 balls. It's been a useful one for Afghanistan. But they needed to carry on a little bit longer as Sadiq is back on strike. 70 from 83. Ellis into him, and Sadiq drives square on the up, and that's away for 4. No chance of Maxwell cutting that one off. That was timed beautifully, just out of the reach of backward point. That was one of the best shots of the day so far.
That was a beautiful shot. That to me reminds me of a young Yuvraj Singh. You know, he's got very similar, tall, languid, high backlift, very wristy, quick hands. I say, wasn't too bad of a ball. Probably just a little bit wide, not really much swing on offer, and he just was good enough to guide it behind point for 4.
50 partnership up with that as well. LBW appeal, next ball. Ellis is pleading with umpire Worf. Whether or not there was a bit of bat involved in that, or whether it was pitching outside leg.
I thought he hit it off the middle of the bat.
Could well have done.
My mince pies are gone.
Are they going to go upstairs for the review? No, they're not. Steve Smith decides against it, and Sadiq survives.
Thought it came straight off the middle of the bat, personally, unless I missed something.
Let's take another look at this. Certainly looked very close to the bat. Can't really tell on that first replay, but certainly looked as though it's pitching outside leg as well. Ellis at the top of his mark. charges in again. Bowls, and has been flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket. There is protection there, so it will just be a single. Sadiq retains the strike. 29 gone, 145 for 3. Run rate back up to 5 runs and over.
Yeah, I think these two, if they can somehow remain together up until around the 40 mark, I think they'll be very pleased. And again, you know, you've still got the likes of Nabi to come in, you know, a bit more firepower. Rashid Khan will fancy himself. Will he slide himself up the order, do you think, potentially? Got Golbein to come as well, showing his muscles.
Golbein, the Hulk.
Golbein, the Hulk. So there's lots to come, but
some competition for you, Carbs, with those guns.
No comment. Trying my best.
He was actually a bodybuilder, Gulbuddin Naib, before he decided to become a cricketer. Well, next ball's full from Zampa, and that's been swept out towards cow corner. It's cleared the rope. It's 6 more to Sadiq. Lovely shot. And just listen to the roar from the Afghan fans in the Gaddafi Stadium.
Yeah, I like that a lot. You know, not going to the sweep, you know, seeing that big gap down the ground, put my teeth in, down the ground. Zampa just over pitching and going straight through the line, back over the side screen. Great shot.
Zampa floats the next one up as well, and that's been gently driven down the ground for a single. Sensible batting there from Sadiq.
That was a lovely shot, wasn't it? High back cliff again, full flow. Timed it nicely.
This is what the skipper wants to see. He's batting at the other end, 12 from 34. He's been enjoying the view. He's back on strike, the skipper. Knocks the next ball again down towards long on for a single. Dorcious with plenty of running around to do there at long on. Always a busy place when the spinners are on, midway through a white ball innings. 150 up as well in this over for Afghanistan. 153 for 3. Zampa pulling his length back just a touch, and Sadiq knocks it into the offside. Scampers through for a single.
Yeah, again, great cricket. You know, after hitting the boundaries, now they're starting to pick up those 1s and 2s. Suddenly the over looks very different. Already gone for 9. You know, slowly starting to just turn the needle on Zampa in terms of shifting that pressure back on him.
Drags the next one down, does Zampa. He saw him coming down the track, and there's almost a mix-up here with a run-out chance. Hashmat wanted the single. Sadiq gives him a death stare almost, as if to say, come on, Skip. There's never a single there. And in all fairness, he hit it straight to the fielder. The throw comes in, and had Hashmat run down to the danger end, he would have been about 6 yards out of his crease.
Not in the frame.
Not in 2 frames. Next ball driven out towards deep cover. And that will be at least a single. In fact, they're coming back through for 2. That was really good running. So brilliant over there from an Afghanistan point of view. 11 runs from it. 30 overs gone. Afghanistan 156 for 3. Sadiq on to 83 from 89. Hashmat 15 from 37. Thanks now to Michael Carberry. We'll take a short break. Ryan Campbell back in alongside me, and Ryan, this is the beauty, as we were saying earlier, about 50 over cricket, the ebbs and the flows, and at the moment it's Afghanistan with the momentum.
Yeah, 100%. It's that's why I love this game. It's you know, you felt like a straight in bowl well early, but Afghanistan had found a way, and then suddenly Australia were back in the contest. But now Afghanistan have a beautiful launch pad for these last 20 overs. Short
continues, and he's unable to get that away through the offside. Sadiq slaps his pads in frustration. It's been a wonderful knock from the left-hander, who really struggled early on. Couldn't get bat on ball for the majority of those early deliveries. He's batting here on 84 with another single down the ground to long on.
And it's a great lesson for all our young listeners. You know, when it is tough, you just got to find a way to get through it. and it will only get easier. And the thing is, it doesn't get easier if you're sitting down with your pads off.
Short continues round the wicket into off stump, and it's been cut away. Backward of point for a single to Hashmat.
And on the other side of the coin, I reckon this is the situations where Australia normally would have such experienced bowling depth to go to in these types of situations.
Short bowls and Sadiq pushes straight to short extra cover, no run.
You know, we've spoken Marsh, Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, Green. They would all be throwing the ball in this situation.
As it is, it's Matthew Short who offers a bit of width there to Hashmat. It's pushed out towards deep point for a single. And look, that was probably one of the reasons why Afghanistan decided to have a bat first, knowing that this Australian bowling attack can be put under a little bit of pressure, particularly in the middle overs, and they want to get runs on the board and take advantage of that. As Hashmat is kept down to no run there, tries to push one through the offside, can't beat the field. 31 overs gone, 159 for 3. Good tidy over there from Matthew Short, though, just the 3 runs from it after an expensive one in the previous over from Zampa. Sadiq 85, Hashmat 16, and the crowd building up very nicely indeed at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. Plenty of support for Afghanistan, and this is another thing that Australia, I guess, have to contend with. It's certainly like playing an away match here.
Yeah, 100%. We saw that for England the other night as well, didn't we? That the Pakistani locals are very much behind Afghanistan, but Hashmat's at an interesting stage of his innings. He's been bogged down. He's starting to look a little jittery with his running. 16 off, 38, 39 deliveries. Pressure he's putting on his partner is just starting to take its toll.
Spencer Johnson back into the attack. Starts with a half volley to Sadiq, but he can only drive as far as mid-off. Travis Head with the fielding. He'll have a big role to play later on. Travis Head at the top of that Australian order.
It's almost forgotten that he didn't make any in that 350-odd run chase. Steve Smith didn't get any either.
It's not bad when you can make 350-odd and chase those runs down without 2 of your top players getting any runs. Oh, that's been driven in the air and it's taken. Steve Smith with the catch at short extra cover. Spencer Johnson makes the breakthrough. His skipper brought him back into the attack, and he's taken the big one of Sadiq Atal, gone for 85. Australia back in it. Afghanistan 159 for 4 in the 32nd.
Well, it's a big wicket. I just felt that something was about to give. The youngster it is who sees a cover drive just going straight to short cover. Steve Smith's the man. It's a big wicket for Australia, that. The set man, 85 off 95. Afghanistan 4 for 159.
Yeah, just in the middle of that partnership as well, which was starting to build. There was a little bit of pressure, as you say, being put on by the skipper, Hashmat Shahidi, 16 from 39, and perhaps forcing Sadiq Atal into feeling that he had to get a bit of a move on whenever he had the strike. As I say, though, Afghanistan have got a pretty deep batting lineup here. Azmatullah Omarzai strides in at number 6. Still got Mohammed Nabi, Gulbuddin Naib and Rashid Khan to come, but also still plenty of overs to see out here and try and get that score to above 300. Spencer Johnson, though, making an immediate breakthrough on his return to the attack, and an example, I guess, Ryan, of Steve Smith's captaincy there. And it's nice as a skipper when you get things like that right, isn't it?
100%. It's you just won't let us see Australia let the game roll on.
Johnson into the new batter Azmat, who defends the first ball into the offside, no run.
They'll keep trying to change their bowling attack, bringing in different options, trying different things. You see now, new batter in, first slip goes straight in. you know, an extra catcher. They know that if they can get back-to-back wickets here, they can really put Afghanistan under pressure. Like you say, there's lots of batting to come, but they're all hitters, and they'll enjoy, you know, a really good launch pad. But they don't want to have to bat overs where they really have to be a bit careful and knock it around, so to speak.
Yeah, you feel these two need to see them through to at least 40 overs. Azmat defends another one into the offside, no run. Rashid Khan, of course, we spoke about him, but he won't want to bat more than 5 or 6 overs at the end, perhaps. The same with perhaps Gulbuddin Naib. Mohammed Nabi, with so much experience, probably the one out of those three that wouldn't mind soaking up a bit of pressure, has the ability to do so, has the game in his locker to switch up. At the moment it's Azmat on strike here, and that's been worked away. Backward of square on the leg side. Azmat off the mark with a single. 160 for 4 in the 32nd.
Well, this is the situation now when the set batter who was batting so beautifully is out. You've got a guy 16 off 39 who has struggled to hit him off the square, and a new batter at the other end. So the pressure now goes on the skipper. He needs to really take control of this Afghanistan batting and lead the way.
Hashmat 16 from 39. Now the senior partner at the crease. Johnson just taking his time here in between deliveries while the field is reset. 2 for 38 his figures. In he comes to Shahidi, who nicks a single into the leg side. Vacant extra cover area. Retained strike. 32 overs gone. 161 for 4. 5 runs and over, just over 5 runs and over that run rate as things stand. We were talking about at the 30 over mark with wickets in hand doubling that score, but it seems as though, Ryan, there's a massive difference between being 3 down at this stage and 4 down.
Yeah, but like you say, Nabi, Gulbuddin, Rashid, they can all score at pace. How many overs do they need to bat for? That's the big question, I guess. But yeah, I still think it's a wonderful launch pad for Afghanistan.
That short continues. It's another good delivery there, just targeting that top of off stump. Hashmat unable to get it away.
And not to harp on the Australian bowlers who are being used, but that was a
full and driven down the ground for a single.
That was very evident against England the other night towards those death overs that Steve Smith was, you know, I think Labuschagne bowled a couple of overs in that last 10. He was trying to go to all sorts of people under the pressure of not having his big 3, so to speak. So Afghanistan, we've spoken about that before, they'll know full well that Australia not quite sure who should bowl the death overs.
Short back over the wicket here to the right-handed Azmat. That's knocked away for no run.
You know, Benny Dorshus is one, and I can say that from experience when he played up for Durham in this T20 Blast. Does the death thing very well.
Bit of width and just past the outside edge of Azmat. There's an appeal for a stumping from Josh Inglis. But umpire Dharmasena not calling for the third umpire on this occasion.
I thought he nicked that. It just sounded like there was a noise when it went past the outside edge.
Very close to the outside edge, but it's the stumping which was appealed for. No, foot firmly back in his crease. Good delivery though from Short, and another one similar. Real lack of foot movement there from Azmat, playing way away from his body. Lucky to get away with that one.
It's good bowling from Short. He's bowled, what, nearly 6 overs for 12. Fantastic performance.
Yeah, outstanding, and it is 6 overs for 12. Final ball is defended into the offside. And he's really putting a lot of pressure on this Afghanistan middle part of the innings. 6 overs, none for 12, drying up the runs from one end, creating that pressure for his partners down at the other. Azmat, the new batter, 1 from 7. Hashmatullah Zahidi, the captain, 18 from 42 deliveries.
Well, I've got to say, from Matthew Short, his 6 overs for just 12 runs, it's not like it's ragging square for an off-spinner. It's not turning a lot, so it either says he's changing his pace quite nicely, or what we can't see is there a bit of, I don't know, in the surface, just holding a little bit. The pace isn't quite as true as what we think. But, saying that, the batters seem to be going okay at the other end.
He's just been very accurate as well, hasn't he, with his lines and lengths. Johnson back in, that's short, and Hashmat moves leg side, tries to ramp it, but doesn't get anything on it. No run.
These are the situations, I guess, you're sitting and watching, and you feel it, you know it, that Hazmat, the captain, he understands that he's under the pump here. 18 of just 43 deliveries. He needs a boundary almost to relieve the pressure. But you're sort of sitting there watching, hoping that it's time to take a breath. Get up the other end. Just look for that good...
Well, he's still unable to get the next one away. It's off the edge of the bat, down towards backward point, but fielded inside the circle. Still on strike here. It's not quite that stage of the innings either, Ryan, where it's hit out or get out. There's still plenty of time to bat.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I keep going on about the 3 guys in the sheds. We know, and again, we're not taking away their batting ability. You actually want them to play their role, which is a hitting role, not just to, knock it around for a few overs.
Johnson bowls into the pads of Hashmat. He does get down the other end. Leg by, but he won't mind that. They need to keep this ticking. Afghanistan, they can't afford to string too many of these dot balls together. There's an expression, a change in expression from Jonathan Trott, rubbing his eyes, rubbing his face in a little bit of frustration here at what has happened in these last few overs.
Yeah, I reckon he feels it too. He knows that he needs his batters to post a good score, give his bowlers something to protect.
Azmat Omarzai back on strike, gets a single into the leg side, the inner half of the bat. Boundaries have certainly dried up here from an Afghanistan point of view with the wicket of Sadiq Atal. Fabulous knock it was, 85 from 95. The Afghanistan fans as well back in their seats. There was lots of dancing and jumping around in the stands at the Gaddafi Stadium a short time ago. It's amazing what a wicket and a couple of tight overs can do to change emotions. Shahidi works one away, backward of point on the offside, gets a single. Mohamed Nabi watching on. You'd think he'd be certainly the next one in with all his experience in this format of the game.
Yeah, he's has been such a good player for them for a very long time. I've got a feeling he's going to need a little cameo, because like we've been saying, the scoring rate has just started to plummet.
Johnson back in, final ball of the over, inside edge into the leg side, another single. Another very good over from an Australian point of view. 34 overs gone. Afghanistan 166 for 4. He still looks pretty good for his age, doesn't he? There's Mohamed Nabi, seems like he's been around forever. He was one of those players involved when they were right down in the doldrums in Division 5 of the ICC sort of system as it was back then. He's 40 years old, 40 years and 58 days. And he doesn't look a day over 35, I don't think.
Spring chicken.
Absolutely. Good athlete as well, Mohamed Nabi. Big, strong player. Another single to start off A new over from Matthew Short, just played backward of point on the offside.
I've got to say, that is one of the great things that the franchise world has given players, is longevity. I think players are being fitter and stronger and being able to play later into their careers.
Short into Hashmat, who looks for the reverse sweep. The ball thuds into his pad, and there's no run. Trying to innovate, but still unable to get Matthew Short away here. Short has bowled one of the spells of this tournament for Australia here. Does manage to get the next ball away, Hashmat, for a single down towards long on.
Just struggling for timing. Even that, like, that's gone to long on, but it feels like it's almost a busted bat hit. Just nothing seems to be getting close to the middle of the bat for him.
Azmat Omarzai on strike. He launches this one high in the air into the leg side, and it's cleared the rope for 6. Oh, they needed that, Afghanistan. It was a floated up delivery there from Short, and one of the rare occasions where Afghanistan have managed to get him away.
Well, I'm not surprised. They needed some input. It's the new batter who's decided, if I'm going to get a bit of length, I'm going my way.
Next ball is punched to short extra cover, and there is no run.
Can that be the impetus to restart this innings almost? Matthew Short got that one wrong. He felt that he was bowling to the new batter and maybe could give it a bit more air. Short
Back in, and Azmat punches it to long on for a single. 35 overs gone then. Afghanistan 175 for 4. Just the 10 fours and 4 sixes in this innings so far. Ryan, it's been a little bit more of an innings for the purists. Your thoughts on how they approach the next 5 here to set up that launch pad for those 3 hitters down the order? And then Stefan Schemmelt will take over on commentary.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It's look, I still think Afghanistan are in a really good position. They just need their skipper to find the middle of the bat. That would be helpful. But if he can't, in the meantime, he just cannot face 2 balls in a row. He has to rotate the strike, get the other batter on strike, and maybe it's Azmat who can take on Zampa and bring some boundaries into it before the 40th over comes.
Well, Zampa's going to bowl his 6th, the leg spin. He's got 1 for 31 from his 5 so far, and Azmat's on strike and pushes with a straight bat to short extra cover, and there's no run. I'm going to ask you a really mischievous question here.
Stop it.
Ryan Campbell. After this ball. Azmat's got 11 from 14. Zampa, 88. It's a low full toss that's clipped. It's a half stop, actually, by Travis Head at short mid-wicket. It prevents the run. Retired out has started to grow in T20 cricket. 11 off 15, Azmat. Zampa's in, past the umpires, cut firmly out towards the offside sweeper. Glenn Maxwell does the fielding, 176 for 4. If one of your players has got 20 off 48 with 15 overs to go in a 50-over game, and you're the head coach sitting in the dugout...
Do I have a card or something, or do I have to run out?
Great question. How does it actually work? Do you just stand up and wait? In you come?
No idea.
So
I've never even thought about it.
Well, you're going to have to start thinking about it over the next couple of balls. Hashmatul's on strike. Now this is swept aerially and out. You don't have to worry about retiring him out, Ryan Campbell, because Hashmatullah finally goes. Torturous 20 off 49. Afghanistan lose their 5th wicket. He got into an awful tangle, really, trying to slog sweep Adam Zampa, getting across his stumps, down on one knee, and the ball just looped gently to the fielder in the ring just behind square on the leg side. It's Marnus Labuschagne who got himself underneath it, took the ball with high hands in front of his face. 176 for 5.
Well, I'd like to say he's been put out of his misery there, because Hashmat just lost his way, had no touch, couldn't find the middle of the bat. And I guess to answer your question, do I need to retire him out? I would have put out a strongly worded message to say hit out or get out at some point. But he goes. It's a big wicket because Afghanistan now are 5 down. But Mohammad Nabi, a man who's seen it all before, comes to the crease, and he'll need to play a little blinder if Afghanistan are going to post a really strong score.
And it's hard to know what could be competitive. We have seen in this group high-scoring games, 700 runs in the game between England and Australia, but this is a used pitch. Not 100% sure how it's going to play as the game goes on. The spinners in the Afghanistan side, you'd think 260 easily.
Yeah. Look, I'm a big believer in, we can't just think, oh, everyone's going to make 300 and you just dish it. Oh, it made 300, oh, that's not enough. Well, it kind of is. If you play well, if you add the pressure and you do the basics well, and also make sure the bowlers bowl well. So there comes with it a lot of pressure.
In a knockout situation, effectively a knockout
situation, I'm always one, bat first, make 260, then see what happens. But, you know, you've got to, for the opposition to make 260 plus, two guys still got to make big scores. They still have to bat really, really well. So, you know, you still got to back your skills of your bowling unit to make sure that they can, you know, take wickets and restrict runs.
Yeah, just if you're not familiar with the situation in Group B, really simple for Afghanistan. They've got to win to go through. If they lose, they are out. South Africa and Australia would go through to the semi-finals regardless of what happens between South Africa and England tomorrow. If Afghanistan win, they are through, and then Australia would need a favour from England and also rely... Why are you laughing?
Favour?
Why are you laughing? And rely on a little bit of net run rate.
It would be a reason for England just to lose instead of giving us a favour.
Players are taking drinks at the fall of the wicket with Afghanistan 176 for 5. You can.
South Africa, it is their time. I know we joked a bit about it in past calls and their records at World Cups, major trophies, semi-finalists, and they find a way. I'm sitting here as the Dutch coach who knocked them out of the World Cup in Australia when it should never have happened, but it did, and they've always found a way. But I just look at their team right now; they are ready to win, and they have to win this tournament.
Nabi on strike then for his first delivery, and the 40-year-old drives a little bit inside out up towards long off, so he's away with a single from his first delivery. 177 for 5. You make the point about South Africa, and look, we're not going to get into their record of being in strong positions in finals or semi-finals and ultimately losing. Like, you know, they should have won the T20 World Cup final last year, but you cannot deny that the situation that they're in at the minute, Zampa bowls and Asmat just pushes past short extra cover dive of Steve Smith, can't prevent the single, so the 36 over will end with Afghanistan 178 for 5. Zampa's got 2 for 34. The rise of, or the return to prominence of South African cricket with that run to the final of the T20 World Cup, finalists in the World Test Championship later on this year against Australia, look to have so many bases covered in this tournament. Serious outfit in all 3 formats at the moment.
I look, and again, I'm sorry I've stolen an Australian rules term, but they talk in Australian rules about the premiership window. It's when your best players are at their peak, your youngsters are at an age where they're exciting, but they've gone through enough to work out you know, how to play the game, and your veterans are just about to go, but they've still got power. And I look at South Africa and I think, you look at their 11 and the guys that are missing out on their team, you think, they are ready. Don't get me wrong, New Zealand and India are as well.
Here comes Spencer Johnson bowling his 9th over. Asmat defends back to the bowler.
But we look at Australia, and this again, this is what I love these sort of tournaments, and I love when there's injuries. I know that sounds terrible, but I love injuries because it gives you a glimpse into the future. And now you're seeing a glimpse into the Australian future. You're getting a glimpse into England and what they're going to do with, you know, I know Jacob Bethel's injured, but kids like Bethel being thrown into the team and getting opportunities. You're getting a glimpse of that, which is really, really exciting.
Johnson left arm over, that's full outside the off stump, and Asmat drives. There's work for Carey to do, running around the boundary at deep cover. 2 taken, 180 for 5.
But you look at New Zealand, South Africa, India. India a little bit have increased some of their youngsters into the team, but you're looking at sides and you think, okay, where's Daryl Mitchell playing in that New Zealand team? Hasn't played a game yet. Like, how are they getting him into that side? You look at South Africa, how are they going to play Shamsi when they get their...
Johnson again, it's a drive. Correctly played by Asmat, but straight to the fielder, and there's no run.
If they have to play in Dubai, for instance, you know, they're going to have to leave someone who's bowling really well out. The batting squad, you look at it and you go, geez, I'm not sure you can move anyone there. And of course, India have strength everywhere. We know that, and they're coming. And those 3 teams are in their premiership window. They have to win, to be honest. They're at their ultimate peak. Whereas you look at other teams, look, Afghanistan, learning.
Johnson in and bowls. Asmat's on his toes, forcing this one out towards Carey at deep cover. 1 taken, 181 for 5.
Almost there. Australia can't say they're in that because a lot of their players are injured and not there, but you're getting glimpses because you know that they bring that big game mentality and they're ready to go. So, yeah, look, I got to say, I love these big tournaments. Tournament play is not about planning, you know, down the track. It is right now. How are we going to win tomorrow? We've got an injury. How are we going to fill that? We need runs at the top of the... How are we going to fill that with what we got? It's exciting, and you know that's what these games have brought us.
Nabi faces his second delivery. That's down the leg side. Inglis parries it. Could be a run out. I think there is. Now, what's happened there? I think Mohamed Nabi has set off thinking they could have got a bye or an extra wide or whatever, because Inglis didn't gather the ball cleanly. He was sent back by Asmat. Spencer Johnson had the presence of mind as a bowler in his follow-through to get to the striker's stumps. Inglis threw the ball to Johnson, had the bails off, and Nabi, I don't think he was in the picture, and this would be a complete gift for Australia. I don't think I've ever seen anyone in international cricket run out off a wide.
Well, it's very good fielding, and it is out. There's 2 amazingly good things that have been done there. Firstly, Josh Inglis, the way he recovered, he dropped the ball initially, but he was so quick to get to the ball. But the second one, and the most important one, is that the big fast bowler, who could have just very easily been sitting down the other end, just watching the world go by, charged down, got to the stumps. Big wicket that for Afghanistan.
It's 182 for 6. Nabi is run out for 1. How I would describe that is the passage of play started with poor cricket. It was a poor delivery from Johnson that was down the leg side. Inglis would probably, most of the time, back himself to take that cleanly. He didn't, and he parried it and had to run away 5 yards, not sure. But Nabi, dozily, for a player of his experience, has just set off. And Asmat, quite rightly, has sent him back. That's where the poor play ends. The good play begins with Inglis's recovery and gather and throw towards the stumps. And Johnson still had work to do. He is a big man travelling at pace, trying to catch the ball. And he wasn't actually quite over the stumps. He had to underarm it into the timbers, bail off. Nabi short of his ground. I think if Johnson hadn't thrown it, I think Nabi probably would have got back. 182 for 6. Feels like quite a big moment, actually.
The old Bill Lawry would have said it's all happening here in Lahore, but it is. I just feel that when I look at this innings, when you felt like Afghanistan were in charge, it's almost like there's 3 wickets that have been gifted out of nothing. Half tracker, wide, caught at point, then a nick behind, which was kind of okay delivery, but nothing major, and then a run out, running a bye or a wide. I just think he thinks it's a single. And is that a yes, no?
I think he was, yeah, maybe it wasn't Nabi. It's hard to tell whether at first Nabi was called through by Asmat and then sent back. We might have been harsh on Nabi there. I think Asmat may have thought there was one.
There's a bit of something there. I think his partner's given him no favours.
Another short leg in place for the new man Gulbadine, and that is short down the leg side. It's going to go for 4. Johnson targeting the hip of Gulbadine, whether to bring the short leg in play or the catch down the leg side to the wicket-keeper. It's turned for 4, but you can see the plan there. 186 for 6, and yeah, maybe we need to offer a little apology to Mohammed Nabi, the president, as they call him in Melbourne. I think Asmat may have given him the yes-no.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see the replay and from the other end to see what sort of indication his partner has given him, either a call or even sometime a movement.
Short again from Johnson to Gulbadine, tries to pull, gets nothing on it, and it just trickles out into the leg side. To the end of an eventful over. Johnson's bowled 9, he's only got 1 left, 2 for 46. Asmat 16 off 21. Gulbadine Naib yet to get off the mark, the former bodybuilder. And there's 13 overs to go, 186 for 6.
Yeah, well, it's interesting now when we look at it, again, what Steve Smith is thinking, and he's back, like, to fill these last 13 overs with Spencer Johnson. Perhaps he's thinking, he's been a little bit all over the shop today. Let's keep him away from the death, bowl him out, because he's still got 5 overs from Ben Dwarshuis, probably 6 overs from Nathan Ellis, who I reckon might bowl a couple now, and then he still has his spinners, and that's the beauty of a 6th bowler.
Nathan Ellis starts new over. He's still got 6 left. There's appeal for caught behind. Inglis likes it. Asmat can't believe what all the fuss is about. Of course, Marnus Labuschagne at point likes it. I'm not 100% sure how he knows. But Australia have gone straight for the review. Kumar Diomacina, the umpire, making the rectangular signal to call the TV umpire into action. We're going to hear the voice of Chris Gaffney, and we're seeing the ball going past the bat. There's clear blue sky or green turf in between bat and ball. Not 100% sure what Ellis and Inglis and Marnus have heard there.
Creaky bat handle.
Not out. But I tell you what, the speed of review taken, review struck down, impressive there. 186 for 6.
Yeah, they got that right. It's not like VAR, is it? That does take a long time, and I'm new to the game of football. But
listen, we have not got enough time to talk about VAR for the rest of this one-day international, even though we're not even halfway through.
I'm not allowed to call it soccer in this country. Even my son yells at me if I say soccer. Oof.
Quite right too. Ellis then with 12 on his bat, bowls to Asmat, who defends back into the offside, and there's no run, and Afghanistan are going nowhere at the moment now.
This is off cricket, and I apologise for bringing it up, but I have to share something with you now that I brought my son up.
Yeah, go for it.
He had a trial the other day at Durham.
Yep.
Like, he's in under 11s, he's only 10, he's going. Rocks up in an English shirt with his name emblazoned on the back, number 1. My son.
Your son, okay.
Wearing England.
Ellis bowls it short. It's pulled by Asmat with fast hands.
Do you know how much that hurts me?
Single taker, 187 for 6. Well, no, I was going to ask you this, because we were talking off air about how, you know, your family is settled in Durham, and you've obviously lived all over the world. You've played for Australia, you've played for Hong Kong, you've coached the Netherlands. Now you're coaching Durham.
Yeah.
Are your children English?
I'm the only Aussie in the house. I have 2 kids who speak with their mum's posh English southern accent. When the cricket or football's on, Australia versus England.
Ellis bowls to Gulbadine, who wants one on the offside. Labuschagne's in quickly. He's a live wire in that point region, and there's no run. 187 for 6.
I'm honestly the only one barracking for Australia.
As it should be.
When the kids come into the rooms, Jake's favourite player is his mate, Ben Stokes. He calls him his mate. Although I did throw a curveball when the Australians were in town. I had a beer with Mitch Marsh. Didn't tell Jake. Went into the bar, said to Jake to come in, and Mum brought him in, and then Mitch Marsh is sitting there. That scared him a bit.
Ellis is in to bowl, so almost Yorker length, but Gulbadine gets inside it to turn around towards long leg for a single. I'm glad you've mentioned Ben Stokes. I've got a question for you at the end of the over. 188 for 6.
And I know I do give England a bit of stick, but I will admit I have an appreciation for the English. Obviously, I'm a county coach, I have 4, possibly 5 England players in my squad, maybe 6, depending on who's injured and this, that and the other. I do want England to do well, and I definitely want Durham lads to do really well, but just not against Australia. I'm sorry.
Ellis is going to complete the 38th over. Asmat, the right-hander's on strike. There's an edge. It goes in the air behind point. Labuschagne watches it go down towards Spencer Johnson at deep third. 38 gone. Afghanistan 190 for 6. So, Ryan Campbell, you have mentioned Ben Stokes, and it feels that maybe you are best placed out of anyone I know at the moment, and you might not know the answer to this question. How's his hamstring?
It's going okay. Surgery went well. I'll let you know. I think it was the surgery took place on the Tuesday, and I was walking past the gym on the Thursday or the Friday after that, and literally looked in the window, and
He can't have been.
he was in the gym.
And that was over Christmas, wasn't it?
Mate, I walked in and, what are you doing? He goes, mate, upper body, come on. So there he is in his cast in the weights room. Mate, he's quick as you like.
Still a short leg in place for Gulbadine. That's top-edged off Johnson. It's gone over the wicket-keeper before. Look, there's no subtlety from this plant from Spencer Johnson to Gulbadine Naib. It might have come off the helmet, you know. 194 for 6. In fact, I think the game is going to stop while Gulbadine gets the concussion test. But he's had 3 deliveries from Spencer Johnson, and they've all been short. Yeah, it's just skimmed off the top of the head.
Very clear plan, isn't it, this young lad?
So would you expect to see England are working towards a test match against Zimbabwe at the end of May? Would you expect to see Ben Stokes playing for Durham before then?
I definitely would expect him playing for Durham. I'll say about Ben Stokes, I've been lucky enough to play with the likes of Hussey, Gilchrist, Martin, Langer. Langer and Hussey are probably the 2 that stand out.
Johnson bowls again to Gulbadine, who's been cleared. Another short ball pulled out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 195 for 6.
Probably the hardest workers I've ever seen in the game of cricket, and that's with coaching, everything I've done. Those 2 stand out, head and shoulders above the rest. I would say Ben Stokes is up there, if not past them, on the work front. The stuff that he does to get himself ready to play is unbelievable.
During the winter, Stokes was very honest about how he returned from that original hamstring injury that he suffered at the back end of last year. Johnson's bowled into Asmat outside the off stump and through to the keeper. He missed the first test in Pakistan. His bowling was limited in the final 2 test matches. Came back, was the full all-rounder that we know Ben Stokes to be, but then really pushed his bowling in that final test in Hamilton, and that's when his hamstring went again. What did you make of that debate around what we can expect from Ben Stokes' bowling going forward with the demands it might put through his body, knowing what we know about what he's been through with his knee, and then when he got hurt again last summer, and then hurt again in Hamilton as Johnson bowls and Asmat drives into the offside, there's no run. Yeah,
look, there were times when he was coming back for Durham and he was bowling into his 7th, 8th, 9th over of a spell.
And that would have been the early part of last year?
Last year.
Yep.
And I was at the point where I was sort of making my way to the boundary going, dude, come on. Trying to get the captain to go, enough. Like, I don't want to break him. Like, I've only borrowed him for a few games. Don't let me break him on my first try. But in speaking to Ben, he honestly says to me, he goes, Camus, don't worry, relax.
Johnson bowling to Asmat's thick edge at pace down towards deep third. Single taken, 196 for 6. Johnson's got 1 ball of his 10 overs remaining.
He just feels that once he gets into a spell, it actually, him bowling 1 over or 10 overs is exactly the same. It doesn't take anything out of his body. He just gets in there and gets into a rhythm. As long as he's bowling with good rhythm, he just literally doesn't feel it. So there's the player's point of view. I guess the sports scientists and the physios and the medicos are also going to have their input and go, okay, Ben, that's one side of look at it, but now we have to maybe keep a close eye on what you're doing.
Johnson bowls to Gulbadine, slip in play, short legs gone. Another back of a length, not as short this time, and Gulbadine just jumps up onto his toes, turns a single down towards fine leg. And Johnson's done, the left armour, 2 for 49. Been a bit of a mixed bag, really. He was brilliant when he bowled Ramanullah Gurbaz earlier on in the first over with a wonderful Yorker. Also got rid of Siddiq Ullah for 85, but there's been other times when he's lost his line. He takes his cap with figures of 2 for 49. Going back to Ben Stokes, Ryan, in Hamilton, and I forget the exact numbers, but certainly on the first day of that test match, he'd bowled more overs in a day than I think he'd ever done in his test career, and the overall workload was the most that he'd taken on since the early days of his England captaincy. From an England point of view, in an Ashes year, you know, the England team, it's so dependent on Ben Stokes being that all-rounder. As Alice starts the 39th over, it's turned towards mid-wicket and there's no run. Do England just have to think, or should we expect that actually Ben Stokes is a 5 to 10 overs a day man, or is that just not Ben Stokes? He won't do that.
That's the thing for me, is like you can't take away his character. And his character is what makes him such a great player. And his character is he needs to lead. And if it means England are in trouble and he needs to bowl, he's going to bowl. And that's just him. So I'm not sure you can take away the...
Alice again to Gulbadine, who's just struggling to find a bit of rhythm in the early part of his innings. It's pushed back towards the bowler. He's got 3 off 9.
Yeah, I don't think you can take the character away from a man. So how are you going to prepare him for the Ashes, for the 5 test matches against arguably the best team in the world? You know, it's going to be an interesting one. I know for a fact, the only thing I can say to you, and a given, is that no one will be more prepared than Ben Stokes. He'll put himself through hell and back to get ready and to be okay.
Alice scurries in, slower ball, back of the hand. Gulbadine waits on a full one, pushes it back past the bowler, and there's no run. 197 for 6.
I'll obviously be waiting with bated breath for the phone call that tells me how many games he's going to play those first 7.
Did you have him for 2 last year? Is that right? Was it?
I thought we had him
maybe 3. You
think.
certainly had him at 1 at Chester Street, 1 in Blackpool.
Could have even had 2 at Chesterley Street. But whatever we get is always a bonus. Now with Mark Wood, you know, with that knee injury, it looks like he's picked up.
Short ball from Ellis to Gulbadine, pulled in the air, almost a brilliant catch at short mid-wicket. It was Matthew Short who was trying to get round to his right, full-length dive. He's a tall man. There's not many other cricketers would have even reached it. Stuck out a right paw, but couldn't hang on. Single taken, 198 for 6.
Almost an absolute belter. Full stretch. Oh, the elbows hit the ground. Just had a good grip of it. Look at this, that elbow hits the ground.
He had it, didn't he? He had it.
Yeah, that's a fantastic effort, but it goes down. Yeah, like the Durham lads it'll be interesting to see what happens. Stokes Wood.
Ellis bowls to Asmat, who clips off his toes for a single, 199 for 6.
Cast Potts. It's a good attack if we get them all.
Minto.
Oh, Minto, yeah. Forgot about him. Hogg is the one everyone's excited about. Yeah, we got a few.
Doggett.
Yeah, he'll be okay. Who's picking the first team? I better ring Marcus North. Who's picking that team?
I've just called up your fixtures. You're Nottinghamshire away on Friday the 4th of April. That's your first championship assignment. I'm guessing that you're not going to see Ben Stokes that early in the season as Nathan Ellis bowls to Gulbadine. Now this has gone straight up in the air. It's a top edge. Gulbadine swinging for the fences. Someone gets underneath it. It's Inglis, the wicketkeeper, takes the catch. Safe paws of the wicketkeeper into those big white gloves, and Afghanistan lose their 7th. Gulbadine goes for 4. Afghanistan 199 for 7.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, because that does bring the hitters in probably a fraction too early for Afghanistan. Rashid Khan, he's going to have to bat the last 10 overs, but he's tried to heave that away to the leg side and only gets the top edge Josh Inglis, as always, as safe as houses, takes the catch, and Gulbadine's gone for 4 off 12. Afghanistan sliding at 199 for 7 off 40 overs.
Yeah, so just before I let you go, Cambo, because we have spoken about Ben Stokes a lot, the 6 Durham Championship matches before England play their first test, the last of which is the 16th of May. You've got a 2-week gap, actually, because you play the 2nd of May away at Hampshire, home to Nottinghamshire on the 16th. Maybe, hopefully, Ben Stokes might be available 1 or 2 of those games.
Yeah, hopefully. Like I say, he's a guy that preparation is really important for him. I'm pretty sure he's not going into a test match without playing a game. Like I say, Mark Wood, we got to find out what's going on with his knee at the moment, and that might take rehab, but again, might need a game to get him up and running before the test. Perhaps they'll just play him straight in the Zimbabwe test as his warm-up. I'm not so sure. And of course, Cass now has an injury to his foot, so he needs to work out. But of course, he should be going to the IPL. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. So yeah, it's an interesting one. And I'm saying this again as an England fan. I'm looking forward to that game against Notts, because we haven't seen Pennington bowl for a while. We haven't seen Stone.
Zampa starts a new over. Thank you very much, Ryan Campbell. Adam Zampa, the leg spinner, starting the 41st over then. Rashid Khan has come to the crease. Asmatullah still there on 21. Michael Carberry, former England opener, has come alongside me as Zampa bowls to Asmatullah. It's driven towards extra cover, and there's no run. 199 for 7. Carbs. It's stalled, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, Steph. It's not been a good last few overs to watch from an Afghan point of view.
Zampa creeps in, and Asmatullah around the front pad. Turns out towards deep mid-wicket. Single taken. That brings up the Afghanistan 200. They're 200 for 7. But various points today, they were 70 for 1 and 159 for 3. So they've lost 5 for 40. 4 for 40. It's just ripped the guts, really, out of the middle overs. And now Australia, they've got one more man outside the 30-yard circle during the last 10 overs. Only 3 wickets in hand. Rashid Khan drives Zampa straight to the man at short extra cover. There's no run. He's a dangerous number 9 to have, Rashid Khan. And we talked about how, you know, the Afghanistan middle order, lower middle order is packed with all-rounders, packed with hitters. I think Rashid Khan, you don't really want him coming in as early as the 40th, 41st over. It's turned off his pads, this one, Rashid Khan, for a single. So he's underway 201 for 7. I was talking earlier with Ryan that if this used pitch does turn for the Afghanistan spinners later on, maybe 260 minimum they'd want to be bowling at. Zampa bowls. It's driven by Asmat back to the bowler, and that's a tight return from Adam Zampa, who's got 2 for 36 from his 7. So Asmat 22, Rashid Khan 1, 201 for 7. Am I being optimistic that 260 could be defended, Michael?
No, not at all. I think Ryan made some great points. I think the one point that he did make that stood out for me was I think just there was that phase just when Atoll was on 80 odd and the skipper was struggling to get the ball away. I think in that moment, I think it would have served Afghanistan better for the skipper to try and take the long handle and potentially take the risks on leaving a set batter in versus Atoll, who, you know, almost gave his wicket away a little bit, and it's just left them, you know, it really felt like the momentum of the inning just ebbed away after that. They never really recovered.
Nathan Ellis starts his 7th over. He's got 1 for 25. Rashid, with no great certainty in his footwork, nudges the ball into the onside, out towards deep square leg for a single. 202 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I feel Afghanistan, if they were able to get that decent-ish partnership of 100, 120, I feel maybe even more than 260 was on the cards which would have given them, great confidence going into their bowling innings. But I think now it's really what they can scramble over these next sort of 8 and a bit overs.
Outside the off stump from Ellis, forced by Azmatullah towards the offside sweeper for a single, 203 for 7. We also will keep talking about it as well, just the variable of the knockout situation. Australia know they need to reach this target to ensure their passage through to the semi-finals. They'll know that the last time they faced Afghanistan in a global tournament at the T20 World Cup last year, they're in a very similar situation, in a run chase in which they failed and they went out of the competition. So all those variables at play. Ellis bowls to Rashid Khan. It's a slower ball that Rashid does well to wait for, nudges into the leg side. Matt Short was pretty close at short mid-wicket, but even he couldn't get in to prevent the single. 204 for 7. If Australia can't complete this run chase, then they're watching the England game tomorrow against South Africa. They would need England to win and for net run rate to go their way. Listen to that game as well on 5 Sports Extra, wherever you're listening to this game. Take us with you wherever you go as well with the live text on the BBC Sport website and app with the in-play highlights and clips as Ellis bowls. That's extra bounce, pace on this time. And it looks like it surprised Azmat with the way it's climbed past the outside edge and through to the keeper.
Yeah, that really scuttled through again. It's just maybe signs that the wearing pitch is starting to take hold. A little bit grip in the surface. Just surprising Azmat there.
Two deliveries to go in the 42nd over. Azmat's got 23 from 35. He bends at the knee and waits for Ellis. Slower ball. Ellis really going through his box of tricks now. And Labuschagne, rare misfield from him actually at point. Normally very efficient in that region, but got 2 hands to the ball. It slipped through his fingers. One taken, 205 for 7. Nathan Ellis, the bowler, as you would expect, not impressed. Stomps back to his mark, shaking his head.
Yeah, he's had a few of those today, Marnus Labuschagne. He just hasn't left his hands in the change room. It's poor effort. Not what you need at this stage where every run is going to count, you feel.
3 men back on the leg side. Deep point and a deep third of the 5 men outside the circle. It's straight from Ellis. Rashid Khan turns the ball towards point, and this time Labuschagne makes no mistake. 42 overs gone. Afghanistan are 205 for 7. Azmat 24. Rashid Khan 3. What's achievable from here, Michael Carberry? After some thoughts from you, it'd be Nikesh Raghani to take us to the end of the innings.
Well, I think Afghanistan would from here would definitely, they would love 250. I think, not sure if it's on the cards, but there's some definitely around 240. I think they would be happy with that. I think the surface, if it does go to plan, will probably suit the Afghani bowling attack more than, say, the Australians with their sort of mystery spinners and their seamers who not as pacey as the Australian attack, but definitely like to bowl straight.
Just seeing some highlights of Glenn Maxwell in that World Cup innings 2023. Knocking Afghanistan out with a double century, and there were plenty of shots like that one from Azmat, who slog sweeps over deep mid-wicket, 10 rows back into the crowd. They need a few more of them, Afghanistan, if they're to get up to something competitive here. 211 for 7 in the 43rd. That's a good way to start that over from Adam Zampa.
Absolutely. Coach Trott will be definitely on the sideline saying more of those, please. Try and get ourselves up to, say, 240, 245.
98 metres, that 6 as well. Huge. Zampa slightly shorter, wider of the off stump. That's been cut away, but there is protection at deep cover, so it will just be a single. Over to Rashid Khan to see what he can do. Always entertaining when he gets going. In one of these short bursts at the crease.
Definitely likes his batting. His eyes look focused. He looks up for the job today, doesn't he?
He does. He's only faced 5 deliveries so far. chance of Rashid around the Gaddafi Stadium. He comes down the track, launches it over extra cover. It's not going to carry to the fielder out there on the rope. Ben Dwarshuis manages to get a couple of runs. Didn't time that at all, Rashid, but well placed in the end.
Yeah, he took the right club out. Yeah, it looks like they've decided that Zampa's the one they're going to go after. Try and get themselves, let's say, around the 240, 250 mark.
Trotty enjoyed that, didn't he? Full toss, swept by Rashid. Plenty of wrist work involved in that. And, a brilliant bit of fielding out there at deep backward square leg to prevent the boundary. We'll get a couple of runs, Rashid Khan. It was Matthew Short putting in a 30-yard run and then a full-length dive to prevent a couple of runs for his side.
He's got some unbelievable wrist, Rashid Khan, hasn't he? He's so quick to get those sweeps and little paddles around the corner. That's a great bit of fielding from Matt Short, putting the body on the line.
Zampa under pressure here. Rashid drives gently to short extra cover. Bit of an anti-climax there for the crowd. Dot ball.
Get on with it. But what I do like about this Rashid Khan innings so far, hopefully he doesn't hit this one up in the air, but he's been busy. You know, he hasn't taken up a lot of balls and he's looked for the singles. I think that's an area that Afghan haven't been great at today.
Slightly shorter there from Zampa to finish off the over. He's punched out towards deep point by Rashid Khan. There'll be a single to finish that over. 12 from it. Good one for Afghanistan. 43 overs gone. 217 for 7. Rashid on to 8. Azmat Omazai at the other end. 31 from 38. And it's good to see them both taking the risks now towards the back end of the innings. Yes, there's not a lot of batting still to come here, but their tournament hopes really lie on this match, and they need to put it all out there. It's worth taking the risk, they'll feel, to try and get Afghanistan up and beyond 250, just something to bowl at. Well below what the average scores are on this ground, but you know, you're in this position, give yourself half a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, they know that they've got the firepower in the bowling department to be able to bowl anybody out. They've got history of doing that against this same Australian lineup, but they want something to be able to attack.
Dwarshuis then into his 6th over into Rashid. It's a hard length delivery. It's been chipped up in the air down the ground, barely carries outside the 30-yard circle, and that'll be a single to Rashid Khan. Practices that shot a couple of times after getting down the non-striker's end. Not sure we could call that really, just a swipe.
The good old-fashioned cow corner slog.
Steve Smith now under a bit of pressure as well, the Aussie skipper. He could dearly use a wicket here and get into those proper tail-enders at the bottom of the Afghanistan order. Noor Ahmed, Fazal Haq Farooqi. It's a nice looking shot there from Azmat. Just rides the bounce, punches out to deep backward point into a slight
Great
gap
running.
And that's very good running. They get back for 2.
That was great running there. I think Rashid Khan was the orchestrator there, really pushed Azmat to come back for the 2. I think that's what they must do now. They might take on those fielders. The boundary balls are not there. Obviously, the ball's getting older, it's getting harder, softer to hit. You know, take on those outfielders. Looks like quite a big boundary out that side. Plenty of 2s on offer.
220 for 7 then in the 44th. Dwarshuis down the leg side. It's been helped on its way around to short fine leg for a single. Well, not only do they have Jonathan Trott as their head coach, proper solid batter, you know, none of this baseball stuff. They've also got Yunus Khan in their coaching setup.
Decent player in this time, isn't he?
10,000 test runs. Plenty of ODI runs as well to his name. Yunus Khan, much loved figure all across the world. Dwarshuis into Rashid, who cuts, and there's a misfield at backward point. It's going to be another couple of runs here. A bit of work to do for Johnson down at deep third. There's Ellis with the misfield. These are all valuable extra runs here for Afghanistan.
Yeah, this is good from Rashid. I think he's played a little gem here. As I said, he's not He's not taken up loads of balls, but he's been busy. He's been prepared to think the game a little bit. If the boundary's not there, he's plenty of drops and runs. You know, he's used the angle, open his wrists to squirt the ball behind square, scampering those ones into twos.
Moves over to the offside and plays and misses at one. Just goes across from the left-hander. Dwarshuis across the face of the right-hander. Partnership 24 from 23, so it has been busy. Dearly love a boundary here, Afghanistan, to finish off this over. 223 for 7. One ball left in the 44th. The crowd expectant. More chance of Rashid ring around the stadium, and again playing a miss. Ends up on his backside there. Rashid Khan, he put everything into that, gave it the kitchen sink, trying to cut away backward of point. And it's 2 dot balls to finish off the over. Yeah, just losing his balance there a touch. Falling to the floor. Yellow card for the dive.
Yeah. Try to hit the ball too hard, Rashid. The eyes lit up, didn't it? Short, wide, he saw it.
He did, just wasn't quick enough on it. Beaten for pace in the end. A little bit of extra bounce there as well, so there is still good carry in this pitch, which shows that it might be a good time to bat under the lights. There might be a bit of dew as well for the Australian batters. You feel they need to cash on early on before the spinners come into the attack, unless they decide to open up with somebody like a Noor Ahmed early on in the power play.
Well, I mean, I think Australia have some good players of spin in their ranks also. You know, the likes of Steve Smith and Josh English, you know, very, very accomplished players of spin.
Nathan Ellis to begin a new over. That's a good slower ball. Wide of the off stump. Big wild swing and a miss from Azmat Omarzai. I was looking at umpire Wharf, thinking, oh, was that a wide? Was it quite close? And umpire Wharf, I think, just bluffed. Put his arms out in front of him and then just adjusted the bails at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, fast bowlers union. Wharfy, never giving that a wide. Yeah, it was good change up from Nathan Ellis. He tends to do this a lot at the back end of innings, using that backhand slow ball.
And he comes again. That's a full Yorker. That's well bowled and dug out by Azmat, but no run. This is almost textbook death bowling, isn't it? Slower ball followed by a full Yorker.
Can't beat the Yorker. Still one of the hardest balls to hit in the game.
Well executed, and yeah, it's
well executed Yorker.
Very difficult. Get it slightly wrong though. Could be a half volley, could be a full toss. And those are the ones that can often go, but Ellis, a very skillful death bowler. We've seen plenty of him, not just for Australia, but in the Big Bash. Our coverage here over the years on 5 Sports Extra. That's been pulled and almost carried just short there on the boundary at deep mid-wicket. It was hammered by Omarzai out of the middle of the bat, but we'll be glad that it drops just short.
It's not what you want as a fielder. I can tell you that now. That's straight away, that's his teeth.
In fact, it was Maxwell out there, yeah.
That's a great bit of fielding, in fairness.
Got his body behind the ball. The bruise to show for it tomorrow morning.
He's tough, isn't he? The Aussies are tough. They like a bruise or two, don't they?
Azmat back and cutting out towards deep cover. Will just be another single, so this is a tidy over so far from Nathan Ellis. Can he get out of the over well? A couple of balls remaining. Only the 3 conceded so far. He's been down to 104 kilometres per hour, up to 139. They're really mixing up his pace well. Almost a bit of the Bumrah as he hops and skips at the start of his run-up. Delivers just outside off, and it's well played there by Rashid to short third, but there's 2 short thirds in place, and he's bowling to his field here, Ellis.
Yeah, he is. It's a very good piece of bowling, but I think at this stage of the innings, that's got to be a 1, surely. You know, if you're Azmat at the other end, you've got to be calling Rashid through for the, you know, anywhere you can eke out as much as you can. I think those kind of positions that's got to be a one there.
Final ball of the 45th over. Rashid's down the track, gets an edge, and that's going to be 4 through the slip region. Almost off the cue end of the bat there from Rashid Khan. New chalk, please. 230 for 7, 5 overs remaining.
Cricket's a great game, isn't it? Hey? Down the track. It's a little bit of a hint of desperation there from Rashid Khan, knowing that they do need that boundary, and he's just managed to chalk it past keeper Inglis, short third man. So moral victory to the bowler.
4 more runs to Rashid Khan and Afghanistan. Rashid now up to 15 at a runner ball. Azmat 37 from 44. And they really can afford now to give it the kitchen sink. As long as one of them is there until the end, they'd fancy the chance of batting out these 50 overs. They're 230 now with 5 overs left. Another 30, 35 runs at least they'd be targeting.
Well, I mean, there's still a lot of time left. I mean, they're only going to achieve that if they do. But I think the main thing is they don't get bowled out within the 50 overs. I think that would be criminal on this pitch. I think if they can set the stall out and bat the full 50, there's every chance, yeah, maybe even 260 perhaps is still on the board.
Dorcius begins a new over. Rashid backs away. In fact, it's Azmat. And he chops away out towards deep cover. That does bring Rashid back on strike. Single taken. Looks like it's snack time in the stands. Wonder what's on offer in the Gaddafi Stadium. Plenty of kebabs and things, I would imagine. Maybe a biryani or two.
Making me hungry, man. It's not a surprise to you that I'm always hungry.
Rashid slays one, backward of point on the offside, into the gap and away for 4. Useful runs here at the back end of the innings from Rashid Khan, and that's a bit of a textbook shot from him. He loves to back away leg side and flay the ball over deep backward point.
Yep, absolutely. That is, if you were ever to put a compilation together of Rashid Khan's batting, you'll find that this will be kind of the weird areas he looks to score. Up and over, backward point. He has that no-look flick shot that he likes to play over, square leg. Very unorthodox player to be able to bowl at, but effective.
Playing a little gem at the moment. Dorcius is in, and this has been hit high into the air, down the ground. He's not timed it at all, and Maxwell takes a simple catch, running in off the boundary. Maybe just getting a little bit too carried away there. Rashid Khan, having just hit the boundary over backward point, tries another one down the ground. And Afghanistan lose their 8th. Dorcius picks up his first. And now they're in real danger of being bowled out here, Afghanistan. 235 for 8, midway through the 46th.
Yeah, it just seems to be the run of things for Afghanistan today. Again, just getting, like I say, I think just getting carried away, Rashid Khan. I think he knows it walking off, that look, there's still hell of a lot of time left. 4 overs, best part 4 overs to go, where if someone like him stays in, he can do a lot of damage. You've just hit the boundary. Why not be happy just to knock the ones, keep the scoring going? It's just, yeah, it's very disappointing. But, well, I mean, from looking like a threatening position, now you think these are the wickets that slowly just start to peg you back.
They do. A lot of pressure now on Azmat Omarzai to see them through and make sure they bat out these 50 overs. Not much batting pedigree when you look at Noor Ahmed and Fazal Haq Farooqi down at number 10 and 11. Always fun when number 10 and 11 do come in ODI cricket. Let's see what Noor can do here. Potentially 3 balls to negotiate in this over. Not had to bat too much in his ODI career so far, just the 6 innings.
There's a lot of dashes there.
And here he is facing up to Dorcius, who comes round the wicket. Oh, that's a confident looking shot, nicely guided down towards deep third. Hands the strike over to his senior partner.
I think Rashid, on reflection, will probably rue that decision to try and take Dorsius on again. I mean, I'm not sure where the future was in that shot. There was a man back on the fence, man back at deep mid-wicket. You know, Dorsius has opted for bowling that hard length.
The future was back in the dugout, Carbs, for Rashid Khan, wasn't it? Dorsius back over the wicket to Azmat, offers a bit of width. It's chopped away to deep cover. Just the single taken. One ball left in the over. 237 for 8. Tell you what though, if the ball swings around like it did early on for Australia in that Afghanistan bowling innings, Fazl Haq Farooqi is going to be a handful. We saw what he did in the T20 World Cup, not least against Australia. As we see another full ball from Dorsius, full toss, just driven out to deep cover for a single to finish that over. So 8 from it, not bad in terms of the runs, but the crucial wicket of Rashid Khan falling for 19. 4 overs left, 238 for 8.
Yeah, it'll be good to watch him bowl later on this evening, especially up front, especially someone like Travis Head. I mean, it'd be interesting to hear how he approaches things on this pitch. You know, he likes to get on with it from pretty much from the off. It's not really been that kind of pitch, has it?
It hasn't, but he's so mentally strong, is Travis Head. I mean, you just got to look back to that 2023 World Cup final against India in Ahmedabad, in front of 100,000 Indians, the pressure that Australia would have been under. The fact that Bumrah had him on toast early on, just playing and missing all the time as Noor pulls the ball from Ellis round the corner for a single. That mental strength to be able to just say, well, I don't care. I've played and missed 18 times or whatever it was. I'm just going to crack on here and just play my game. The ball's not doing much now. It's a few overs old. I'm just going to cash in. So staying there is the key, and that's what Afghanistan nearly did early on, didn't they? They lost the early wicket. They rode out that storm. 63 for 1 off the first 11, and then the loss of the second wicket, and then things slowed down a bit. Got themselves back into a good position, 159 for 3 after 31, and then again wickets start to fall. So Australia managing to put the brakes on, but they're not going to put the brakes on that one. That's been hammered straight back over the sight screen for 6. Azmat Omarzai, what a shot!
That made a beautiful sound off the bat. As soon as he hit that, you just thought to yourself, oh, that's gone a long way back. It's not a bad ball, in fairness, from Ellis. It was sort of top of stumps, sort of length. Great swing of the bat from Omarzai. Big high back lift, high grip, bang. Over the rope she goes. 103 metres.
103, and it just sailed over the sight screen, didn't it? Huge from Omarzai. Just a nonchalant punch of the gloves with his partner at the other end. He knows there's business still to be done in this innings. Omarzai on 45 now, and he smashes another one out over extra cover. Not quite got the distance. It plugs just inside the rope, in between those two fielders. It's another couple of runs. Literally just stopped when it bounced in the turf there in Lahore. He was on to 47. Didn't quite time that, but it still went a pretty long way.
Yeah, it was a lovely little chip shot onto the green there in early April. Just plugged. I think he's decided that Noor isn't going to hang around here, so he's going to try and play some shots, try and get them up to, well, we're nearing 250, closing in now, maybe 260 as quickly as they can.
247 for 8 in the 47th. Ellis round the wicket to the right-hander. It's been driven straight to cover point, no run.
Again, from Omarzai's point of view, I think maybe there's case in point to just put a little faith in Noor, you know, and just say, look, hey, just if you can, just get bat on ball. You've done a great job, you know. He's obviously got some batting pedigree. You know, he doesn't need to overdo it, I don't believe. You know, he can afford to pick the right ball to hit, look at the field where he's going to try and target Ellis.
Ellis mixing it up here, coming back over the wicket. That's a good slower ball just outside off, playing a miss from Azmat. cat and mouse stuff at the moment.
It's great bowling, wasn't it? You can tell Ellis had a read that Omarsai wanted to come again, just taking all the pace off.
It was the back of the hand slower ball as well, so the seam comes down pretty straight, sometimes difficult to spot. Sadiq Atal, the top scorer for Afghanistan in this innings, 85 he made early on. Azmatullah Omarzai looking to bring up a half-century of his own. He gets a run closer to it with a punch down towards long on. He'll retain strike for the start of the 48th over. He's 48 not out. And Afghanistan 248 for 8 with 3 overs remaining.
Yeah, very sensible play from Azmat there, making sure that he retained the strike, keep Noor away from the Australian attack, see what he can eke out in this next 3 overs. So they're looking good for probably better than 260 if it goes well, but it's not going to be easy.
What's going on here? There's some sort of appeal that Kumar Dharmasena has called for the third umpire. Steve Smith said, no, don't worry about it, let's just get on with the game. And Kumar Dharmasena has cancelled the umpire's review. Must have been for a run out, I would assume. Interesting. In fact, throw comes in. Noor Ahmed strode out of his crease.
Not again.
Josh Inglis appealed.
Not again.
Johnny Bairstow had.
Not again.
And Steve Smith. Well, that is really good sportsmanship, isn't it, from Steve Smith, just to say, no, don't, we can't be having that.
Not again. Surely not.
Because he wasn't attempting a run.
No.
He was just end of the over, made his ground, strolled out to chat to his partner. Throw comes in, Inglis takes off the stumps, appeals, and well, he would have been out had they gone upstairs for the appeal, technically.
Hopefully the members this time behave themselves, unlike last time.
I'm sure the members at the Gaddafi Stadium are slightly different to the members at the MCC. Oh, that's a wide delivery from Dwarshuis, and has been signalled so by umpire Dharmasena. Although you'd expect better from the MCC members, perhaps, than we saw on that occasion. Can get quite heated, though, Test cricket, particularly the Ashes.
Certainly can.
As you well know.
I do.
One of the most famous tours that you were involved in 13-14, as Azmat drives to short extra cover, looking for a run, but Smith with the fielding keeps it down to another dot ball. That was pretty feisty out there, wasn't it? Mitch Johnson coming in, bowling 95 miles an hour. Lots of verbals.
That was just only part of our problems, I think. It was Watchgate, wasn't there, as well?
Yep. Dwarshuis in, and Azmat guides one backward of point. They do take the single. Well, it was a lot of Michael Clarke, wasn't there, in your ears, and it's quite easy to be like that as a skipper when you've got Mitchell Johnson up your sleeve. Not so easy when you haven't.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and they used him very well. Surrounded by three very good quicks around him, plus Nathan Lyon, who was emerging as a top spinner at the time. You didn't really know where your next run was coming from at times, and I thought they used Mitch as a kind of battering ram, if you like.
Dwarshuis in, playing a miss from Noor, incidentally, with that single that brought up the 250 for Afghanistan. So a little psychological landmark there. Love another 10 or 15 runs at least.
But I think the thing that stuck out for me, and still does, was the fact that, you know, every spell Mitch came back, his pace never really dropped. You know, he was always around that sort of late 140s, early 150s.
Noor, can he get this one away? He does. He drives over extra cover. Doesn't time it perfectly, but manages to clear the infield and get down the other end. They're not like that now, the Aussies. They seem like a bunch of nice guys. Still very good cricketers, but I don't know how much franchise cricket has got to do with that. A lot of these players who play against each other in international cricket are teammates quite often in these T20 tournaments. They know each other very well.
Yeah, it takes away the mystique a little bit, doesn't it, when you're playing in all these franchise teams.
Dwarshuis offers width there to Azmat, who drives out towards deep cover, gets the single that brings up his half-century. Really good innings here from Azmatullah Omarzai. A raise of the bat towards the crowd and his teammates in the dugout. There are still 13 balls left in this innings, and he knows, judging by his reaction, there's still a job to do.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the key, is not to get too caught up in the emotion of landmarks. It's still to remember, look, there's still a job to do here. There's 13 balls that we can eke out, minimum 20 runs, you would say.
Dwarshuis to complete this over. That's a wide down the leg side to Noor. That'll be an extra one onto the total.
Sundries always help. Yeah, Noor's done a good job so far. Talk him up too much, but he's playing his role very well, just hanging in this for his partner, recognises the importance of his job as well.
So still one ball remaining in this 48th over. Dwarshuis continues round the wicket, goes full, and that's been guided nicely by Noor down towards deep third. He has actually looked very assured. We didn't talk him up very much when he was striding out to the crease, but 5 from 6. He's managed to keep it ticking over here. He's not looked in any trouble, really, and he will retain strike. 2 overs left, 254 for 8. And Afghanistan certainly looking like they'll get beyond 260 here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, if they can push to 265 even, I mean, that'd be, I think, certainly at the halfway stage, I think they would have certainly chewed your hand off, especially when they lost Sadiq when they did it. You know, things were looking a little bit bleak there for a period. I thought they weren't even going to make 220 at one point, but they've recovered really well. And there's definitely something to bowl at, you say, but they've got to bowl well.
It's not going to be easy here against Nathan Ellis. He's going to mix it up with his pace, with his lengths. Noor is taking strike. Ellis comes in to bowl, and Noor just pulls away. I think there's something behind the bowler's arm there.
Surely not again.
But it has taken us to the 49th over of the innings. So they've been behaving themselves in Lahore, in the executive boxes above the sight screen. A few itchy feet maybe. It's lunchtime or dinner time soon, as Noor pulls that ball from Ellis out towards deep mid-wicket, or deep backward square in fact. Gets Azmat back on strike. Those exec boxes, I bet they get looked after, don't they? You can see the armchairs in there and the waiter service.
Good food.
Great food. Air conditioning, I was going to say, but it's not been a particularly warm day in Lahore, so probably not required today. Always quite useful in places like Dubai, you'd imagine.
Oh, yes. Very useful.
Bucket of ice for the beverages. 255 for 8. Ellis in conversation with his captain Smith. Smith has been very animated in the field today, as he usually is when he's in charge of this side. Doesn't really let the game drift. Ellis then charges in. Number 12 on his back, goes short. It's a length delivery that has been hammered out of the ground, way back into the crowd. Well, it doesn't matter who you are, whether you're Azmat Omarzai batting on 50 or you've just come in as a recognised batter. You get a length delivery like that back end of the innings, it's pretty easy pickings, but you've still got to put them away, and he certainly did that with a bit of oomph.
Yeah, again, it's very confusing sometimes, these quick bowlers, when they come back at the deck. You've got a field set for Yorkers, you've got 3 men out on the leg side, you know, you've got the deep point.
Ellis goes outside off, length delivery, and a swing and a miss from Azmat this time.
I mean, surely, you know, the field set for the predominantly for the Yorkers, full of delivery. Why would you be wanting to bowl a slow long hop into the pitch at this stage, knowing that Amrasai is setting himself really for that delivery, isn't he? That's where he feels he's going to get the boundaries from. It's just very, very odd thinking, and I can't imagine that's been the plan that Steve Smith's wanting him to bowl to.
No, well, I think length wouldn't be too bad a thing, but way outside off, outside of his arc, would have been the plan. Next ball is a Yorker. That's well bowled, well dug out by Azmat, but not much he could do in terms of trying to score a run off that. It's a good comeback from Ellis after being spanked for 6. Another 6 that was over 100 metres long.
He doesn't spare the horses, does he? Amrasai, when he goes big.
Also shows you it's a pretty big ground here at the Gaddafi Stadium, because it was into the crowd, yes, but it wasn't that far over the rope, and even the previous one, which was over 100 metres, over the sight screen just, but it was 102 metres, so long boundaries. $261 for 8 then, Afghanistan. 8 balls left in the innings. They'd want Azmat to face as many of these 8 balls as possible. He is facing up to Ellis again. That's another length ball that's been hammered over extra cover. That's gone for 6 as well. This is wonderful hitting towards the back end of the innings from Azmatullah Omarzai. And now Afghanistan perhaps eyeing up 275. They're 267 for 8. 7 balls left in the innings. Omarzai is having a day out in Lahore.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure this is the right plan from Nathan Ellis with the field he's got set here, trying to go into the pitch. You know, surely, like we just said, there's huge boundaries here, even straight. You know, get that Yorker in. He's a good Yorker bowler, Nathan Ellis.
Next one is outside off, and it's been guided away out towards backward point. They probably could have had 2, but Omarzai says, no, thank you very much. I am going to retain strike. That's another good over there for Afghanistan. 14 from it. 268 for 8. 1 ball remaining, 1 over rather remaining in the innings. Azmat on to 63 from 59. It's a bit of a happier looking dugout as well. A few more relaxed faces in there.
Trotty, could you? His facial expression hasn't changed.
Always very serious.
Yeah, he's all right. He's harmless.
It's fun when you see him around the Afghanistan team when they've just brought up a victory, though. I remember interviewing him at the previous ODI World Cup in Chennai. They'd just beaten Pakistan. They had a close one as well in another match, but that victory over Pakistan, you could see the celebrations in the dressing room. You could see Trotty in amongst it as well. He came out for the interview, he was all smiles. And then as soon as you switch the mic on, bam, serious face on again. It's part of the business of cricket, isn't it? Are they going to take a single there? It's been cut away by Azmat down to deep third. Well, I think Nora's run a single, or more than a single himself. He was more than halfway down the track. He was sent back by his partner as if to say, no, you're not facing any of these last few balls, mate.
Take your batting gloves off, son. It's been a good recovery from Afghan in his last 3 or 4 or 5 overs. What a knock. 63 off 60 balls.
We're just hoping for 1 or 2 more boundaries here, back end of the innings. Dorcius over the wicket. That's length, and that's in the slot. It's been smashed. 1 bounce 4 down the ground. It was exactly the right length that he would have been looking for. It was a slower ball there from Dorcius, but he just waited that split second extra, did Azmat. And that's another lovely boundary down the ground.
Yeah, I'm just not convinced with this ploy from the Australians, going length at this stage with a batter set, looking for that exact length to hit. I think you've got to be trying to go for your Yorkers. You've got to try and wide line, try and stay out of his hitting zone.
Cautious goes for a similar delivery. This time it's been dragged into the leg side down towards long on. And again, Noor looking to get down the other end. And Azmat just turning his back on his partner that time. I love seeing this sort of stuff towards the back end of the innings.
It's great, isn't it? I love teasing lower order batters because you know they're dying for a hit, and you shape that you're coming for the run. No,
I love the enthusiasm though from Noor as well.
Yeah. And then the disappointment when they've got to go back.
Yeah. 37 from 26 this partnership as well. Really useful at the back end of the innings. 3 balls left then, 272 for 8. Azmat on 67 from 62. Where can he find another boundary from? Dwarshuis bowls. That's been lifted over extra cover as well. And fielder comes in off the rope. Takes the catch. It's Carey, I think. And, well, what an innings that has been from Azmatullah Omarzai. 67 from 63. He's put Afghanistan in a position here where they should be competitive with the ball. You can see why he tried that shot. He'd hit a couple of them in previous overs. That almost slipped out of their hands as well.
Yes, the old ice cream cone.
Carey. Yeah, right in the fingertips there. Well, this might be fun. Fazal Haq Farooqi coming out. Number 11. 2 balls for these 2 tail-enders to negotiate. The running between the wickets might be something to keep an eye on.
It could be bedlam, but yeah, let's not take away Azmat. What a fantastic knock. Very, very well played.
Fazal Haq Farooqi strides out then at number 11. He will be licking his lips at the idea of having a bowl in these conditions. If he's to get anywhere near the amount of swing that the Australians got early on, he is going to be in for a field day. He's got pace, he's got swing, he's very accurate, loves taking wickets in the power play, and he'll be very dangerous if he gets it right on this pitch. He's got a couple of balls here just to let the Aussies know that, just to remind their openers that he's playing in this 11 as well. Here he is with the bat, facing up to Dwarshuis. He backs away, has a wild swat and a miss, and gets down the other end for a bye. I guess you got to say that's good cricket. It's good backing up from Noor. They obviously planned that they're going to run no matter what. Noor Ahmed will be loving this as well. He's the senior man out there. Get him on strike.
Yeah, it was a great piece of bowling from Dwarshuis. Again, just going that little bit wider, just trying to stay out of the hitting zone of Azmat there. Azmat not quite getting the middle of the bat on it.
Noor then to face the final ball of the innings. 273 for 9 Afghanistan. Semi-final place on the line in this match. Dwarshuis in, another play and a miss. An appeal for a catch behind. Given not out. And surely they've run through for the bye here. Well, let's take another look. Well, it was given not out, wasn't it? So the bye would surely count, unless, obviously, the appeal is successful.
It's really close to the edge.
Looks as though there's a bit of daylight there between bat and ball, but will just be confirmed with ultra edge.
Running through.
Here we go, ultra edge up on the screen.
Oh, so it's a started spike, big screen.
There's a spike before.
Yep. So we've got bat involved. We see if it's Carey, just fair catch.
Well, I think he's going to give this.
Got bat involved.
The spike
It's the start of the throwing. Yeah.
is there slightly before the ball reaches the bat.
Can we zoom that up?
So this is interesting. They're just checking to see if the catch carried. Looks as though it probably did.
Looks like it's bounced into the glove. Just above the ground. Yep, catch is fair. Kuma, I'm going to get back on screen. I'm going to recommend you change your decision to out.
Well, that is a strange decision. But it means that Afghanistan are 273 all out off exactly 50 overs. Firstly, what do you make of that?
No comment. I think I can't believe that decision. I mean, the spike clearly happened before the ball has even approached the bat. I mean, there is case in point for batters spinning on their spikes and things like that. You know, I'm not convinced with that decision, but hey ho, it's made now. So 273, not a bad total.
Yep, umpire Chris Gaffney making that decision there. Afghanistan 273 all out then, and the key highlights have to be that innings from Sadiq Atal at number 3, 85 from 95 balls. Remember, Afghanistan lost Ramana Gurbaz with just 3 on the board. The ball was swinging around. It was actually the number 3, Sadiq, who played and missed quite a lot early on in his innings, had to weather a storm there from Spencer Johnson and Ben Dwarshuis. Did that really well in the end and cashed in, making the top score in that Afghanistan innings. Azmatullah Omarzai as well with a really good knock at the end, 67 from 63. So 274 will be the target when Australia come out to have a bat in around half an hour's time. Couple of wickets for Spencer Johnson, 3 for Ben Dwarshuis in the end there. Wicket each for Nathan Ellis and Glenn Maxwell, and Adam Zampa picking up a couple as well. So 274 the target for Australia. Remember, this is an effective quarter-final between these two sides. A winner will progress into the semi-finals. We'll have that full run chase for you here on 5 Sports Extra. Let's now hear from Adam Zampa, who is talking to the TV commentary team.
I struggled to find my length at times, but I was able to create a couple of chances through the middle there, which is obviously my job to do.
Did you feel as though the wicket changed at all from the start of the match towards the end of the 50 overs?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I bowled a couple of overs just after the power play when the ball was a little bit newer, and I found that down the seam spun a little bit more, and then once the ball got older, it started to slide on a little bit more, so it definitely changed.
They'll bowl a lot of spin through the middle, no doubt. What will your message to the batters be?
Yeah, I think protect your stumps. These guys love bowling stump to stump, particularly Rash. I'm not involved in the batters' meetings, fortunately, so I don't really know what's spoken about. But yeah, definitely protect the stumps, play straight.
And you've had a lot of great games against Afghanistan in the recent past. Confident you can get over the line here?
Yeah, I mean, we're happy with that score. But yeah, again, they've put us under pressure before, particularly in the One Day World Cup, T20 World Cup. We've had some great battles with them, so tonight will be no different.
Thanks for joining us. Good luck, mate.
Thanks, Pooch.
So, thoughts there of Adam Zampa, who picked up 2 for 48 for Australia. 274 the target then, as I mentioned. We'll be back here on 5 Sports Extra on BBC Sounds and on the ICC Listen app for that chase in a short while. But for now, after England crashed out of the Champions Trophy, Henry Moran and the Test Match special team ask just what's going wrong rather for England at the moment. Across the men's and the women's teams, England have lost 16 out of the 17 games that they played in 2025. Henry is joined by World Cup winner Alex Hartley and TMS colleagues Atif Nawaz and Daniel Norcross.
Well, English cricket isn't in a great place, and I guess the girls might be thankful that the men have taken a bit of pressure off them as well, because there's going to be conversations to be had about the women and the men, but we're going to obviously focus on the men because they've been knocked out of this tournament. Now, Afghanistan have beaten them again, and Afghanistan were the better side. A confident team win yesterday. So a confident England find ways to win. At the minute, England men and women, to be honest, are finding ways to lose games of cricket. They're not confident. They can't figure out ways to win.
Go on then, Daniel. You've been winding up for this, so give it some.
Well, I just hope it's a watershed moment, frankly, for the England team, because I feel, I'm going to use a rather heavy term here, but I feel we were slightly gaslighted by the England team, both the men's and the women's team. We've been told that, they're out there to entertain and that results don't matter. Ben Duckett, of course, said, doesn't matter the results in India, it's the Champions Trophy that counts. We hear this time and time again. We're informed about what terrifically talented players they are, but we were watching the game yesterday, and there were various points when any other team in the world was sauntering to victory. At 216 for 4, needing another 109 to win in 13 overs, with Jos Buttler, England's probably greatest ever white ball player, alongside Joe Root, who might be also England's greatest ever white ball player. Between the two of them, isn't it? Certainly with the bat. And they've managed to contrive to lose. We looked at that side and thought, well, if they lose a couple of wickets, they're in trouble. But then they get into it again at 287 for 6. They've got 26 balls left to get 39 runs, 9 and over, 2 set batters again. They contrive to lose it. Now, the thing is that anybody can get out. No one's trying to get out. No one's trying to play badly. But the confidence is the important thing. You watched the way Australia ran down England's 350. England had everything that they wanted in this game. They were batting second, which is what they'd said they'd wanted. They'd actually kept Afghanistan to 325. Sounds like a lot, but at Lahore, that's not an enormous total, although that does hide certain problems that English white ball cricket has had for quite a while now, which is a failure to replace Liam Plunkett, an inability to take wickets in the middle overs. There are various stats we were getting from CricViz that show the toothlessness of England's bowlers. They don't have 4 proper frontline bowlers, and you look at the sides that are doing really well in this competition. New Zealand, a population of 5 million or under, they managed to have Rachin Ravindra, Glenn Phillips, Michael Bracewell, all guys who could bowl you 10 overs, all guys who can bat in the top 7.
But we were saying this morning just how much of a miss Moeen Ali is.
Moeen, exactly. And they haven't replaced these players, and we've been given the idea that, well, there's this wealth of talent coming through, and to lose to Afghanistan, who are a good side, don't get me wrong, they are not patsies by any means. England lost to them in Delhi in the World Cup, but England should be beating them. They should. The wealth of experience they've got in that side that's played in Pakistan, Root, Brooke, Salt, Duckett, these are guys who've played a lot of cricket in Pakistan, probably more than the Afghan side. They've got really no excuse. And that's why I say, like I said, right at the top, I hope this is a watershed. Yep. They're going to properly look at themselves. There's going to have to be a change of captain. We can discuss who that might be. But I think there's got to be a change of approach as well. They've got to have a better balance to that side. And, I mean, I don't know what you can do domestically. A lot of people, I've no doubt, will say they've got to play more 50-over cricket. That's not going to happen. No other countries do. Do they really? I mean, I can't think of other countries that have a 50-over domestic tournament that their players play in regularly. No. So, you know, all other countries suffer from this issue, but England's players are not adapting.
Yeah, I mean, all of that is fair. I mean, watching that game yesterday was very disappointing, really, because, you know, England had many positions, as you said, Daniel. Many times they got themselves into a winning position. You looked at the win predictor, it was sort of, you know, 50-50, sometimes marginally in favour of England, because those equations in modern cricket you have to close out a game from. But some of the shot selection was maddening. Some of the strokes that some of the England batters played to get out yesterday, you sort of tore your hair out thinking, why did you've got so many other options? What is this strategy that you're committing to? Like, why is everybody, like, it's not quite like Pakistan where there's this lack of understanding or this lack of definition of roles. It's like everybody in the England team is sort of committed to the same role. So you know, I mean, it was really frustrating. I mean, there were so many things in their favour yesterday. You know, everything was in hand. They had partnerships. There was dew on the outfield, so much dew on the outfield, which should in theory make it more difficult for the spin bowlers, who, again, we should recognise, executed their plans brilliantly. They stuck to them, and Afghanistan played a good game of cricket, and deserved winners, but England should have done a lot better than that from the performances, the positions they were in. And yeah, I'm with you, really. I think, you know, Jos Buttler, it's like, I think we can go a step further and say he's already been lacklustre since he's been handed the captaincy. This is one of the best white ball players in the world. You see him perform at other tournaments where he's not the captain, like in the IPL. He scores 100 after 100, phenomenal performance, invincible at times out there in the middle. Like, he's just, the weight of this captaincy is bringing down his performance way too much. So what you want to do is take that weight off Jos and say, go out there, be the best batter that we've got, go out there, do the extraordinary things you do out there in the middle, and let somebody else carry the burden of the captaincy.
I think the frustrating thing for me when I watch English cricket, at the minute, in both teams, it's the arrogance of the players and of the staff, and the messaging that we get. You know, we want to entertain, we don't care about results, and, you know, but you have to win for people to be entertained, because the public, for some reason, whatever reason that is, has fallen out of love with English cricket, and it's a really sad place for England men and England women to be in.
I agree, and I cannot think of anything more ironic than the fact that Jonathan Trott a man who is sort of associated with an antique way of playing one-day cricket. That England before 2015, you know, they'd play around Jonathan Trott. There was that hashtag, wasn't there, on Twitter, Trott's fault, because he'd get 80 off 110. Well, he's been the coach of Afghanistan. Brendan McCullum is this flashy, exciting coach of a flashy, exciting side. And Afghanistan, well, they won it, you know, without the resources, but just by sticking to their guns. Exactly as Atif said, their bowlers stuck to their guns, and their batters did as well. At 30-odd for 3, they could have panicked. They didn't. They got themselves back into the game. A brilliant knock from Ibrahim Zadran, a superb knock. But they played around him, didn't they? And they played the match situation. I thought, you've got to take your hats off to them.
Well, one message on social media that I thought was actually quite prescient, and that's from Bharat Sundaresan, who Australian cricket writer, who knows the game almost better than anybody in the world. He grew up in India, and a fascinating writer. He put out on X yesterday, there must be undeniably something about this England team and that the way they are for the rest of the cricketing world to take just so much glee in them losing and being knocked out early in big tournaments, especially since they aren't winning that much to start with anyway. And that, I mean, that is pretty damning, actually. And there is a sense that England are just, you know, and Artie, I can see the big smile in your face,
well,
because you'll know that, but you'll be speaking to people out here in Pakistan and knowing people that are looking on at this England team and think, yeah, serves you right.
No, well, I mean, the one place in the world where you probably don't get a lot of that is Pakistan, because there's a lot of goodwill for the England team. But I just wanted to point out that Bharat Sundaresan, wonderful writer, as you say, also now Australian. So there's a little.
Well, there is, but I think he is quite even-handed.
Yeah, for sure. No, absolutely. Bharat's lovely, and I very much enjoy chatting to him about wrestling, amongst other things. But yeah, this England team, there is something. It was quite lovable for a while. People, particularly in this part of the world, really, really like England. I mean, so many of their players, like Daniel said, have come over and played in the PSL at a time where it wasn't very fashionable to do so, where it was sort of like, oh, do you want to go to Pakistan? It's dangerous, security issues. So, but a lot of England players did come over here and played and flourished, and not just the players that you see in the sort of international whiteboard teams, but sort of second-tier players, if we can call them that, or you know, T20 stalwarts, or whatever you want to call them. They've all come here, and there's a tremendous amount of goodwill. Now, there's still big support for both countries because there's a huge Afghan population in Pakistan as well. Something like 2.8 million people. It's not sort of unlike naturalized British Pakistanis who might still support Pakistan, or British Indians who might support India. There's a lot of sort of Afghanistani Pakistanis who still support Pakistan, and they create this terrific atmosphere. But England at the moment, like, it's bizarre because they've sort of made this transition to being somewhat not likable, and I'm not quite sure how that happened.
It's evident they're not somewhat unlikable.
Yeah, I'm being like, they are polite about it.
Clearly, the reaction and the amount. If I could mute 2 words on social media, and in fact I think I might have to, it'd be the words moral and victory, because people, the way that England sort of have spoken about, you know, oh well, we're actually, don't mind us, we're just busy here saving the game, and you just sort of think, well, who do you think you are?
Well, yes, I mean, a lot of that's come from Test cricket, hasn't it? And I'm a bit ambivalent about this, because actually what Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum did when they first came in, and you know, the Bazball stuff, if you like, back in 2022, was magnificent. It was magnificent for English cricket. They identified what English skills were, and they played to those skills. And in Test cricket, yes, and they still are, you know, they lost that series against Pakistan, but they're very different circumstances. They'll give anybody a good game. They actually had a pretty decent series in India. They could have won 2 games out there, and that's not easily done, unless you're New Zealand, of course, in which case New Zealand can well, they won 3-0, didn't they? Amazingly. But the white ball team is something a little bit different, because that's supposed to be what their skills are. Now, I don't know how much longer we can go on ignoring the fact that they've got the worst record in the middle overs. Their pace bowlers, we had a stat yesterday, they were averaging about 150, and they were going at nearly 8 and over. It was something extraordinary like that we were getting from CricViz. Harry Brooks' dismissal yesterday. It's a very important role to play, batting at number 5 in that outfit. He got out to a ball that CricViz identified was a 1 in 100 chance of getting out. Now, I'm not for 1 minute saying that means that Harry Brooks isn't a good cricketer, but they've got to put their hands up and say, we've played really badly. And that's what we never hear. We never hear we played badly. We hear, you know, we're moving on, there's another game, the results don't matter. We hear those things. A bit of humility and a bit of self-reflection and a bit of public acknowledgement that you've actually had a shocker would be quite helpful, I think.
Yeah, I saw on Twitter this morning that since Joe Root's slid down to number 4, he's been into bat in the 4th and the 7th over. Yeah. So, at number 4.
But they are. What was the quote, go on, Daniel? Because it's a quote you often mention that you heard. I can't remember where you heard it and which of the players it was in the England women's side. But it was a quote that often annoys you. From
it drives me absolutely berserk. This quote. It was a quote from Nat Sciver-Brunt, who many people are saying might be the next England women's captain if Heather Knight isn't. And she gave an interview to Ralph Nicholson in The Guardian, in which she said a couple of things that slightly irked me. One of them was, you know, we're looking forward to the Test match. We're willing to put our whites back on. I don't think willing is quite the word that should be being used here. And the other one, and this was the one that really sent me around the bend, was, well, we're out here to make memories with our close friends. Well, I'm afraid you're not really, but if you are, you might also be mindful of the fact that you're making some shocking memories for a massive supporter base that's watching at home and has come out to the grounds to see you. You know, you're not there to make memories for close friends. That's not what professional sport is. Can you imagine Lionel Messi if Argentina had lost the first 3 games in the World Cup saying, well, never mind, we made some great memories with our close friends? I mean, it's a little bit condescending.
We've made some good memories with our close friends, though, you know, on the tours we've been on. So.
As the conversation goes on, by the way, on the live text page on the BBC Sport website and an app as well with John T. Coleman, if you want to sort of get in touch, tms@bbc.co.uk is the way to do so. Vent and let us know how you feel. And maybe we're misreading it. Maybe you don't sense that there's that sense of arrogance and feeling that they're untouchable and that somehow results don't matter. But that said, they kind of have said that, which is, you know, we are only regurgitating what has been said time and time again, in not quite as explicitly as Ben Duckett said during the India series. You know, it doesn't matter if we lose these matches if we win the Champions Trophy, and you sort of know what he means. But equally, it's a reinforcement of a message that we've heard quite a lot of.
I think they need media training again. Like,
because
we need more honesty from the team. Is what we do need. We do need honesty.
Are they not being honest, or do they genuinely feel that? That's what I don't know.
That's the.
Because what we don't want is them to give platitudes that are nothing like what is actually going on in their heads, because that is the worst of all worlds.
But wouldn't it be odd if they think that they're in a great place after the results that they've had?
They just cannot think that. Like, it is. We were talking to a friend of mine last night, and he was talking about how much pride it's worth to wear that. He was talking about Pakistan, but he was talking about the pride of the star and the blazer and all these things that mean that you get to represent your country on an international stage. This is a huge honor and privilege, and it comes with responsibility. If you are unable to perform and execute your skills to the best of your ability on that big stage, you need to show that it means something. You can't just say it's meaningless. You can't just say, no, that's the next thing. Well, don't worry, we'll win the next thing. If we win the next thing, nobody will remember this thing. And I understand that sort of modern cricket is so busy and so like the things we move on all the time. But you have to show, as Daniel said so perfectly, some humility and accept that you have performed poorly. People are looking up to you. People are following you. People are putting their time, effort, their hard-earned money to follow your game. You owe them at least the appearance that you're actually performing to the best of your ability, and it means something to you. That star on your chest, that crest when you wear it, you're representing your country, you're standing there for the national anthem, you're representing Team England, whatever country. I mean, there's so many countries here, there's so much pride amongst them. I mean, Afghanistan are a big example of that. The flag waving, you know, the kind of the way they really value that ability to represent. I know there's many issues over there. You know, we can talk about the women's game if you want to a little bit later, but you know, this is something that's really missing in the England team. I think people are feeling that disconnect between the pride of wearing that shirt, like the responsibility of wearing that shirt and representing England on the international stage. Where is it? Where is that pride? Where is that sense of responsibility? Where is the contrition when you lose? Where is that humility that shows we're devastated to lose? Don't smile. Don't laugh about it. Like, just come out there and accept and show that you care. Show that it means something to you, that you lost a game of cricket. A big game of cricket, a meaningful game of cricket that your fans, your supporters, your media, your broadcasters, your country was excited about. This is something that's missing. Maybe that's the reason they're becoming a little bit more pantomime villainesque.
I compare and contrast it with the New Zealand players, who seem to have a fantastic relationship with their public, because I think, you know, they don't beat their chests wildly. We're not asking for that, you know, sort of performative nationalism. That's not what this is about. But it's understanding that if you just keep on telling everybody that they're all wrong, it's not a great look, you know. And actually, you know, the media, and you know, I'm sitting next to somebody here who was denied an interview by one of England's players during the Women's Ashes. The media are here to do a job. They're here to shine light on what you do, but also to promote you. You know, England journalists and England commentators don't want to be reporting on things going horribly wrong. They actually want to be, because it's better for everybody who works in the media if the country that you mostly follow does well, because you know what? More people watch and more people listen.
Well, this is what's interesting, and this is where sometimes you do see that disconnect from an interpersonal level that we deal with on the ground, if you like. And last year, ahead of the Men's T20 World Cup in West Indies, I spoke to Joss Butler on the eve of their first match, and I asked, what's your team? Do you have a team for us? Which normally England do name in 24 hours ahead of a game.
That is frequently named, 24, even 48 hours ahead.
And no, I haven't got a team. And I said, well, what are you thinking? I don't have to give you my team, was the words he said. And I thought, well, no, you don't have to give me your team. You're not giving me. I'm just holding a microphone for you to tell everyone else. You know, irrelevant what you're doing in terms of the. And I thought that actually is not a great, you know, interaction. Actually, I didn't think that necessarily. Sure, I might have asked a daft question, and I frequently do. But on that occasion, it was a perfectly reasonable question, and he bit, and it was a really peculiar response.
And it's not like you're bothered. Like, you're going, if you don't want to give me the team, that's fine. But do you know, all the thousands of people, millions of people that are listening to the radio would also like to know your team.
And also, it reflects badly, because it makes it look as though they think, well, by showing contempt to the question, they're showing contempt to the people that might want to listen to the answer. They can happily say, in that circumstance, at the moment, we're just trying to work a few things out. Got training this morning, but I don't need to give you my team.
If it was down to me, I would announce the team at the toss. But when you don't do that, and you're asked a question, then there's no need to be snarky about it.
Shall we hear from Joss Butler? I think we probably should. He's been speaking after yesterday's game, and, you know, obviously very disappointed. And after the match last night in Lahore, he spoke to Test Match Specials Adam Mountford.
Joss, it was a fantastically exciting game, but that's, I'm afraid, not what you're thinking about tonight, I'm sure.
No, of course. Obviously gutted to lose the game and be out of the tournament. Yeah, very disappointing.
What do you put the defeat ultimately down to?
I think close games like that, there's always areas that you can look at and moments here and there in the game. I think the last 10 overs got away from us with the ball. I think they scored 110, 113 runs or something in that phase. So obviously, if we could have restricted them to 20 less or so in that phase, would have made the chase easier. But Joe Root played an amazing innings. Needed one of us in the top 6 to stay with him and make a sort of match-defining partnership. And I think we would have got home.
You say things got away from the team. Obviously, they were 3 down for 30 odd. At that point, England are in control.
Yeah, we are, absolutely. Trying to find ways to get wickets number 4 and 5. We would have had Afghanistan under a lot of pressure. Credit to Ibrahim. I thought he played a really great innings. But yeah, obviously, reflections is how could we have broken that partnership quicker.
In terms of the bowling, obviously towards the death, as they possibly losing control. Last over it went pretty well, but obviously that loss of control was obviously a concern.
Yeah, absolutely. Any time someone scores 110 in the last 10 overs is disappointing. The guys are trying their best, and we didn't execute quite as well as we liked. We had a few injuries there to try and manage as well, but as I said, if we could have kept them to 20 less there or so, we would have won the game tonight.
How much of a blow was that? Some like Mark Wood obviously was struggling, and other players was the walking wounded at one point, several subs going on and off. Was that a distraction for the team?
Yeah, it's never ideal. Obviously, Mark Wood bowled so well in those first few overs, could have had 2 or 3 wickets quite easily, and then unfortunately injured his left knee. So credit to him, an amazing heroic effort to keep bowling somehow on one knee. So trying to plan for sort of what overs people could bowl or whatever was difficult, and trying to marry up that, trying to break that partnership with our main strike bowlers as well. So it didn't work tonight.
But after what happened with Australia the other night, chasing down 350 odd, were you still confident you could do it?
Yeah, of course. Very confident. Obviously, there's a little bit of dew coming as well. It was a fantastic wicket throughout the whole 100 overs of the match. So, and as I said, Joe Root played, a typical Joe Root innings, full of class and composure and character. And if one of us in the top 6, as I said, could have stuck with him for longer, we would have got home tonight.
You talk about the top 6, a couple of shots that maybe people look at, Phil Salt and obviously Jamie Smith, first ball, Nabby bowls, he plays that shot. In hindsight, would he have played it?
Yeah, he would have just hit it further out the ground. I think no one ever means to get out when they play a shot. So, no, I think, the off-spinner coming on there was a great time to try and attack, and unfortunately he got out.
People are going to ask questions about your position because of what's happened here, what happened in the World Cup. Are you still keen to carry on as England captain? Are you starting to have a little think about really want to carry on doing this?
Yeah, I think at the end of this and stuff, I think myself and the guys above me can consider all possibilities, yeah.
Well, it was Joss Butler speaking to Test Match Specials Adam Mountford last night. Right, some emails, tms@bbc.co.uk. Jason in Cambridge, should be an honour to wear the badge for your country. Unfortunately, players these days seem to see dollar signs as the main driver and more driven by franchise games that pay them more. Whether that's true or not, and I'm sure it'll be individual for different players. Nick in Nottingham, I completely agree about the arrogance of English cricketers, men and women. It often feels as though players feel reluctant to answer the media's questions, begrudgingly offering some kind of vacuous nonsense about entertaining and inspiring. What confuses me, though, is that Brendan McCullum and his New Zealand team back in the mid-2010s, well, it was all about reconnecting with their country, becoming the team that everyone could relate to. Why is it so different? Now he's in charge of England, which is an interesting point. Daniel, go on.
Just a quick one on that. I think it's a bit early to tell with Brendan McCullum's white ball team.
Oh, absolutely.
He's had the India tour and this Champions Trophy, and he's got a couple of issues. I know it's a bit crazy to talk about Jacob Bethel being a key component to the side, but he would have been one of those guys who could bat in the top order and could have bowled a bit of spin, so he's missing that. He has toothlessness has been bequeathed him a little bit in those middle overs, and actually, the Test team, we have talked about the Test team, did connect pretty well with the public, especially when it first began. And Ben Stokes, for example, has been very honest. You remember in the Pakistan series when he said, I got a little bit tetchy, and I need not to do that. And he took a lot of responsibility on himself. So I'm going to be wary of sort of putting this loss onto Brendan McCullum, because he's had 2 games in a major tournament. I think time will tell on that score. But you might say that, for example, the captain has been there now for really quite a long time.
One question from Jason in Worcester. Alex, refreshing as it is to hear the team offering criticism of the England setup, they cannot disclaim 2 years of fulsome, unyielding support of McCullum and Stokes, who have been given a free ride by the media. I don't recommend reading comment sections, but cricket fans have been saying exactly what you're saying today for over a year. Do you think that there has been a little bit of a sense of I suppose the accusation is a love-in towards what England have been doing, and perhaps the results haven't necessarily deserved that?
I don't understand.
Would you think that the media have been overly positive of Stokes, McCullum, England swashbuckling cricket?
I mean, it was good to watch. It is good to watch. I got excited by it. Everyone got excited by the fact that whatever target is set, England are 500 down behind, that they're going to try and chase it down. They'd lost Joe Root's record for a long period of time, 17-1 or something ridiculous, and then they started winning games of cricket. So we all got excited about it. Of course we did. And then it was almost like, okay, we've won the 50-over World Cup in 2019, but the Test team's rubbish. So let's try and focus on Test cricket. The Test team, then everyone fell in love with the Test team, on and off the field, the journalists, the fans, and then the 50-over team are now rubbish. So they're trying to get the balance right 24/7.
That was Alex Hartley, Atif Nawaz, Daniel Norcross and Henry Moran poring over England's exit from the Champions Trophy. You can hear more from that on the Test Match Special podcast. Go to BBC Sounds or wherever you get your podcasts and hit subscribe for more as we have throughout the rest of this Champions Trophy. which at the moment is halfway through an effective quarter-final. I'm Stefan Schemmelt, and in Lahore, Australia need 274 to beat Afghanistan and to go through to the semis. If they don't reach their target, Afghanistan are through, and then Australia will be watching tomorrow when England take on South Africa, hoping that England can leave Pakistan with a victory. Players just making their way out to the middle. The Australia openers Matt Short and Travis Head, alongside Ryan Campbell, former Australia international, current Durham coach. Ryan, who's enjoyed the interval more there? Or is it us, because we've got a good game on our hands?
A really good panini from upstairs. But look, I think it is, in all honesty, I know I'm sitting on the fence here, but it's 50-50. I know that it's very easy to say, oh, you need 300 to win nowadays, especially in Lahore because it's so flat and stuff. But, mate, 275 in a knockout game is still not a bad effort with a team that backs their spinners as much as Afghanistan do. You know, they've got good pace up front. Faruqi's shown throughout the world how skillful he can be. So, yeah, look, I think Afghanistan are definitely in the hunt here. It just takes 2 bad shots from Australia. They're in early trouble. They're trying to dig themselves out. So I think it's a wonderful game of cricket we're about to watch for these final 50 overs, the last half of this game.
Yeah, stick with us over the next 3.5, 4 hours, whatever you're doing on this Friday afternoon. Maybe it's the end of the working week, maybe you're going on the school run, whatever. BBC Sport website and app for the highlights and clips, BBC Sounds to listen to us, 5 Sports Extra, or wherever you are in the world on the ICC website and app. And here we go, Matt Short is on strike to Azmatullah, who in short drives towards point. There is no run, even though the fielder can't gather cleanly. Floodlights on in Lahore. We'll see what happens with the dew factor. It's been cooler and cloudier in Lahore today, so maybe that means there's not as much dew. We'll say dew fall, don't we, but dew actually rises.
I feel like it falls, though.
It falls. We'll see if dew appears. Here comes Azmat again, bowling to Short, who drives up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Azmatullah, I mean, he's had a brilliant tournament, hasn't he? 5 for 58 against England a couple of nights ago in that famous win, which will become a famous win. I think it already is. 67 today, really lifting Afghanistan. They were struggling at 199 for 7 after 40, but to get up to 273, thanks chiefly to Azmatullah's 67 off 63.
Well, again, just shows another Afghanistani player on the world stage is putting his name out there.
Right arm over, fast medium, driven by Short, and there's a tight cover ring, 4 fielders in there, and so far Short's hit 3 of the 4. Point, extra cover and mid-off, just got to hit cover to complete the set. Australia still to get off the mark.
Well, when we're talking about quality all-rounders, you know, we spoke about Ben Stokes a little earlier, like your whole team, your whole setup, you're looking for answers to make England a better white ball team. It all comes down to a simple fact. All-rounders balance your team. And if you've got a good one...
Azmat's inside edge from Short. Definite movement as well in the air from Azmatullah with this new white ball away from the right-hander. And Short just a little bit uncertain with his footwork. Still to get off the mark.
And here's a guy who can open the bowling for you. And he batted beautifully. We've seen he's more than handy with the bat. So, look, they found a very good player here. And again, Short has shown in the 4 balls that he's faced, he's driven 4 times. You know what's coming for Australia. They're going to go hard. Head's going to go even harder than Short. So, going to give chances.
Azmat's got 9 on his back. That's Short this time. Just losing his line down the leg side, and Matt Short can just help it around the corner for 4. Umpire Kumar Dharmasin has now got his pink jacket on for the evening session. Maybe just a touch cooler in Lahore. Signals the boundary. Australia underway, 4 without loss.
Yeah, so if I'm Afghanistan in the break, what I'm saying is, look, this 10 overs, this power play, we know Australia coming hard at us. We can't give away easy boundaries. We have to bowl our best ball every time, trying to get knocked off our length.
Just 1 slip now for the end of the first over. 2 wide from Azmatullah, but there's no timing from Short. It goes straight to extra cover. End of the first over. I'd say there's enough encouragement there for the Afghan seamers, for them potentially to make something happen while these 2 white balls are new. 4 without loss, targets 274.
Yeah, you know, the power plays when you've got destructive players in short and head at the top, you know that they're going to come hard at you. So if they hit good cricket shots and you get your best ball gets hit for 4, great, good on them. See if they can do it again. It's when you start to panic and suddenly it's a short ball, it's a wide ball, it's a half tracker, it's a full toss, it's all over the shop, then you start to hurt in a whole series of different ways.
Fazal Haq Farooqi will share new ball duties. Left armour. It's familiar to cricket fans in the UK. He's played for Manchester Originals in the 100. Left arm over to Travis Head. Big in-swinger. Appeal for LBW. Alex Wharf umpire unmoved. Well, Farooqi absolutely loved it, and I think it probably did too much. That has hooped. That was Wasim Akram-esque back into Travis Head. I think it was missing leg stump.
You know, the funny thing was, I was about to say to you, he's not a traditional left-arm bowler like we saw Dorcius and Johnson swing the ball away from the left-hander. His natural instinct is actually to bowl in to a left-hander, and there's an example there. That is hooped. Probably a fraction high too, but that is massive swing.
And one thing that we said earlier on was when the Australia seamers had movement with the new ball, they didn't use it as well as they could have done. Afghanistan got to 70 for 1 before Australia started to peg their way back. Can Afghanistan use the new ball better than Australia did? Here comes Farooqi again, big in swing, loses the line. Don't know if it's going to be bat or pad or whatever. It's 4 somethings for Travis Head. Yeah, 4 leg byes, 8 without loss. You can tell who the crowd are supporting in Lahore as well, because Farooqi has been roared to the crease, and then it was almost like someone just flicked the volume off when the spectators saw that white ball skipping away towards the fine leg boundary.
Bit left field, but I wonder if they could just take the second slip away and have a leg slip.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. If he's going to swing it in that much to the left-hander, 2 slips, 2 conventional slips don't seem like much use. Farooqi scurrying in to Travis Head. That's outside the off stump. That's gone the other way. Now that is where the second slip is in play, but it's called wide by Alex Wharf. Don't know if, yeah, I think Afghanistan can maybe feel just slightly hard done to on that one. 9 without loss.
Now I got to say, I am a bit old school, and I try not to be, but I love the traditional swing the ball both ways. Nowadays, everyone talks about the 3/4 seam, the wobble seam. I'll be honest, I think the wobble seam was created by blokes who couldn't hit the seam. So they've just run in and start bowling and called it something.
I'd love to hear you say that to Jimmy Anderson. Here comes Farooqi again. It's outside the off stump. Lovely shot by Travis Head. Trademark Travis Head, really. Hint of wit, throws his hands to it. Up towards deep point. A couple of fielders go after it. Australia run 2, 11 without loss.
Tell you what could be a little factor here is have a look at Short.
Oh, he's limping, isn't he?
I noticed at the back end of the fielding session for Australia, he was moved to a short third man because he wasn't moving that well, and that's clearly something's gone amiss.
Left leg, potentially, I think there. He shuffled 2. He's at the non-strikers end, just hobbling around. Again, it's down the leg side from Farooqi. He's lost his line now with these big in-swingers. And even the wicketkeeper, Gurbaz, diving on his belly, couldn't stop the ball scooting away from him. And Australia, I'd say they ran an extra wide. Short's not really running anything at the moment. It's 2 wides, 13 without loss. We've only had 3 deliveries, 3 legal deliveries in this second over. And it's already cost 9.
Well, the Australian team management obviously know that he's injured, and they've just said, well, you're either bat down the order and we have to shuffle everything around, or stand and deliver, mate. And they've obviously gone for the latter.
He's got an open stance, Matt Short. Tall figure. Waits for Farooqi. Inside edge, drive. No footwork, as you'd expect from a man who's hobbling around. It goes down towards fine leg for a single that Short can walk. 14 without loss. I suppose the other question is, if your mobility is restricted as a batter, is it better to bat against the new ball than against the spinners later on?
Yeah, I would have thought so, especially the way he plays. He'd be backing himself to hit the ball through the field with limited footwork, whereas spin, I guess, you know, even to go forward or back on length is a bit of an awkward situation.
Maybe a few more gaps in the outfield as well in the first 10. If you can beat the infield, you can walk a single more easily when there's 4 or 5 men on the boundary. Saw a replay of the LBW shot. It wasn't out. Head pulls, a short ball. He could get 4 more here. An encouraging start to the over from Farooqi, but after that, he's been a little bit all over the place. He's lost his line and he's lost his length. And even though that was wide of the off stump to Travis Head, the left-hander, it was too short, and Head just fetched it in front of mid-wicket for 4 more. 18 without loss.
Yeah, that's the danger. If you can't quite control the swinging ball, if you get it wrong, and you've got a player like Travis Head, who we've seen loves having a crack at anything short or with width. He's a dangerous player.
Not the start Afghanistan wanted. You're talking, Ryan, about bowling your best ball as many times as you can. Farooqi hasn't done that. Last ball of the second, target's 274. He's in now for Farooqi, and that's better. Better length that keeps Travis Head honest with a straight bat. 2 gone then. Australia 18 without loss. The hobbling Matt Short has 5 and Travis Head has 6.
Yeah, disappointing for Australia in the fitness of Matt Short here, because he has played pretty well. We saw that against England, played beautifully at the top of the order. And you know, when you're injured in any form, especially if it is at left knee or something like that, and you're finding it hard to move. Yes, I know that a lot of batters nowadays, they limit their foot movement, but still got to get into some form of correct position if you want to hit the ball hard. But we'll wait and see. Beware the injured warrior, they say.
What did you make of the... Azmat's going to start the third over, and Short's edging down towards deep third for 4. 1 bounce. He was... You talk about the injured warrior. I don't think there was much foot movement in that. He was swinging the bat as hard as he could. If you're going to swing, if you're going to flash hard. It went over a slip. 22 without loss.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that these first 10 overs is going to be an adventure with Matt Short at one end. If he stays in, he's going to have a lot of boundaries in a short period of time, because he is not holding back.
I'll plant the seed for you, Ryan. You don't have to answer this now, but I am coming for you on it, of what you made of the run out that wasn't as well at the end of the first innings. 252 more required by Australia from 47.5 overs. Matt Short has 9 from 8. One way or another, he might be playing his last innings in this tournament, whether Australia go out or whether he's fit to play in a semi-final. As Matt bowls, and it's pushed into the onside and there's no run. If you haven't seen it, head to the BBC Sport website to see the clip of Josh Inglis removing the bails when Noor Ahmed ran a single, end of the over, then wandered out of his ground. Inglis took the bails off, appealed, and Steve Smith said, no, we're not having that.
I'm going to be a bit controversial. That was actually more out than Johnny Bairstow's one.
Really?
Because the ball hadn't even, if you have a close look at the video, the ball hasn't even got to Inglis when he's walking out. Stay in your crease, guys. Come on.
Short's on strike. Is there an inside edge on that? No. It's an in-swinger from Azmat. And Short, as you'd expect, his mobility's not great. Went through to the keeper's no run. Could have easily taken an inside edge or hit the top of off stump. I'm going to look at this. You're going to have to talk for a minute, Ryan, while I look at this.
If you have a look at the video, as the throw is coming in, you can see Noor is already starting to walk away. It's like he has not even been aware of what's going on, and that's going to the wiki.
Azmat bowls. Short's belted this over the leg side. That's 6. It doesn't matter whether he's got one leg or not. If it comes out of the middle of the bat, it goes a very, very long way from Matt Short. That's trademark, really. Anything back of a length, he is savage on. 28 without loss.
Yeah, that's his onion bag right there. Just back of a length where he can hit it away to the leg side, just swat it really off the front foot. good, it's actually a slow swing of the bat. He's not trying to hit himself off his feet. And great contact. And dropped by the man patrolling the boundary over the rope.
So it's getting a little bit expensive from an Afghanistan point of view. 28 without loss in the third. Slips gone. Inside edge from short onto his pad. Trickles towards point. And there's no run. OK, I've looked at it.
Thoughts? It's out, isn't it? By the letter of the law, that is so out.
Yeah. I need to think about my opinion on this. I mean, I asked you without actually forming my own mind what I think about it. End of the over, down the leg side from short, turned around the corner, fine leg in the circle, 4 more. 32 without loss, and Australia have started like a train, thinking for Afghanistan to do. Short's got 19 off 13.
It's a good start now from Australia. I think they're flying along. This is what Afghanistan, I don't think, could really afford. They needed to hold those first 10 overs so they can get to their spinners. I'm pretty sure what we are going to see is spin pretty quickly here, just to test out Matthew Short's ability to move. But it's a good start from Australia. And now I'm going to sound really silly as a coach, as a player, as a watcher. I don't think any of them are out. If something's going on that isn't really a dismissal or doesn't really need to happen, come on, we're a bit bigger than that. See, I hate the old.
Faruqi starts a new over, left arm, and Travis Head dropped to mid-on. He should have been taken. It's Rashid Khan. It was a pull shot from Travis Head. He didn't time it. He was fetching it from outside the off stump. And Rashid was trying to get round to his left, edge of the 30-yard circle. Got 2 hands to it slightly. It's got to be taken. It's the key man for Australia. It has got to be taken by Rashid Khan. And how big a miss might that be?
Big moment in the game. We'll only have to watch and wait to see if Head goes on and makes a big score. But like you just said, you cannot possibly drop.
Head on 6 when he was dropped. Now he's clipping towards long leg and he gets 6. Well, talk about insult to injury. It was a poor delivery from Faruqi, admittedly. Head just had to help it around the corner, but the bowler will be thinking he shouldn't be here. It's 38 without loss, and look at Jonathan Trott's face in the dugout as well, the Afghanistan coach.
Yeah, not happy. Look, no one means to drop catches, of course, but then when you follow it up with, that's right where Travis Head really loves it, on his hip, clips it away over that man who thought for a minute or a second that he was a chance to catch it, but it just flies over his head for 6.
38 without loss. Only 3.2 overs bowled. Australia going like a train. Travis Head sticks out his tongue as he waits for Faruqi and dries up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, I know. You know, I know what people are going to say. Oh, well, you know, you shouldn't leave your crease. Man cats, I hate them. But I don't know. I'm a bit simplistic about the game. I love what it is, what it represents. But when we start to go, and don't get me wrong, this whole spirit of cricket, that doesn't exist. That's when you're losing, you use that word. But you know what I mean? Like, that throw, the game, the moment's over. Like, he's not trying to sneak another run. Just push on.
Slip still in place for Head. That's a full ball from Faruqi. It's driven to the man at mid-off. There's no run. Look, our old friend, the spirit of cricket, is selectively employed, isn't it? Depending on whether or not the circumstances suit you. What I do think, and I think both Bairstow and Noor today, by the letter of the law, absolute letter of the law, both out. But it's interesting that Australia chose to not appeal today and did choose to appeal at Lords.
Not England.
And there you go. Faruqi bowls, and it's defended by Travis Head. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. And that brings it back to my point, is the spirit of cricket is employed when you want to, and not when you don't want to.
Exactly. And generally, the spirit of cricket's named by the team on the on the end that's copping it.
Yeah, and the spirit of cricket annoys me because that makes it somehow elevates cricket above all other sports, like there is not a spirit of football or rugby or golf or whatever. You know, everyone who plays those sports will say our ethics and our morals and our doing things properly are just as the same as any other sport. Golf's a great example of self-policing. Here comes Faruqi to complete the overhead, belting into the leg side again. He's gone for 4 through the fielder. Afghanistan are falling apart here. We've only had 4 overs of the reply. It's Ramat Shah down at long leg, who's made an abysmal attempt at that stop. He's basically fallen over and let the ball past him. Australia are 42 without loss. Matt Short's batting on one leg and Travis Head's been dropped.
Yeah, it's a flying start now. Gee, just not helping themselves, Afghanistan, at the moment. That's got to be stopped as well on the boundary. Didn't move quickly enough. And now Afghanistan is starting to having to play catch-up. But getting back to our point, you know, golf is one of the few games that you umpire yourself. Unfortunately, the whole spirit of cricket thing, it doesn't exist. You know, as soon as a guy gets caught and they want to have the third replay, knowing that, let's be honest, the cameras don't generally pick it up and aren't clear enough. Mate, the good old days, yeah. Take the word, did you catch it? Yeah, I think I caught it. Okay, see ya.
Azmatullah tries again to Matt Short. It's belted into the leg side. It dropped again. I can't believe it. It's another dolly put down by Afghanistan. It was straight to the man at deep mid-wicket. He barely had to move. Couple of paces off the boundary. And it's just hit the finger ends and dropped out again.
What are we watching? What's going on? We were raving about their calmness. But if there is an Achilles heel, I will say their fielding has never been great. And unfortunately, we're seeing here how much it can affect a team. Because once one goes down, you know what's happening. They come in threes.
I think the fielder, I haven't quite identified yet, was blaming the floodlights. The ball might have come out of the lights, so he didn't see it. It's the substitute fielder, Karotti. Not sure who he's on for. Azmat's round the wicket now to Travis Head, who's flicked wristily down towards long leg. Fielder gets round and makes the stop, so it's just a single. 44 without loss. Let's look at this drop again. Oh no, it's terrible. It's a straightforward a boundary catch as you could wish to see, and just through the fingers.
There's some shaking of heads going on now. This will test them. It'll test their calmness. It'll test their mental drive. Who's going to, as soon as that next ball goes up, who's going to scream for it and say it's mine?
44 without loss. Target is 274. We've only had 4.2 overs. There's been a lot that's happened. Injuries, drop catches and boundaries. Azmat bowls. This is in the air again from Matt Short. Is it going to be taken this time? It is! Afghanistan finally hold on to one. It's Gulbadeen running back at the edge of the circle at mid-on. Leading edge from Matt Short. And it just looped gently towards the fielder. He started to make some ground. Can be difficult when it's dropping over your shoulder. But they simply couldn't afford to drop another. And finally, Afghanistan have their wicket. 44 for 1.
Well, again, Matt Short, limited in his movements. Unfortunately, couldn't get forward or back there. And just managed to spoon it to mid-on. The he-man, the big man, takes the catch. I feel that in 43 overs, there's lots happening. It's 44 for 1.
Yeah, and Gulbadeen gave it the gun show to celebrate taking the catch. Head on over to the BBC Sport website and app just to get a sense of what's been happening over the past few overs. The drop catches and the boundaries. Elizabeth Botch will be on the live text. She'll be working hard trying to get that all into the live feed. But game on then, because Afghanistan have got their wicket, and it brings Steve Smith to the crease, standing Australia captain. The thing you would say that Steve Smith has really got going in his favour is the target is relatively modest. there's no need to go hell for leather, and a big chunk has been taken out of it already. It's almost tailor-made for a batter of Steve Smith's temperament and ability and qualities.
Well, it gives him time to get himself set. He's going at nearly 10 and over at the moment. Just takes that little bit of pressure off the captain. And we all know how good a player he is. But, again, ball swinging. If there's any time that you can get Steve Smith early, it's when the ball is moving around.
So it's Hasmatullah Omazai who took the wicket. 5 against England. Now he's bowling at Smith. What a beautiful stroke that is for the first ball from the Australia captain. Up on his toes. Think of the Sachin Tendulkar back foot drive. He made his trademark, while Smith's just come out and played one very similar. Back of a length, straight bat, all along the ground, through the covers for 4, 48 for 1.
We talk about everything about the modern player, how they want to hit sixes and they, you know, the power game and all that sort of stuff. Well, I tell anyone to take a clip of that video and show it to the world, because that's how you bat.
Down the leg side this time. It's going to be 4 more, I think, for Smith. Yeah, all the way along the ground to deep square leg. It's been given 2 gifts, really, Steve Smith, to get off the mark. First short and wide outside the off stump, then a leg stump half volley. 8 from 2, 52 for 1. Breathless action continuing in Lahore.
Timing, head position, perfectly balanced. That one's on his pads where you cannot bowl to Steve Smith. But the one before, where he just went back on his tiptoes, straight bat off the back foot to a reasonably good length delivery.
Last ball of the over, and Smith defends straight away, shouting no run to his mate Travis Head. 5 gone. 52 for 1 Australia. The target's 274. Head 17, Smith 8. And Ryan Campbell, just to, I guess, to draw a line underneath this debate then of the run out that never was. Head to the BBC Sport website, make your own mind up. I would love to know, from Steve Smith's point of view, why today was not out and Lord's was. I'd love someone to ask him that question in Lahore. What's the difference?
Who knows? You know, I would be thinking, well, it's a one-day game. Maybe it's not a Ashes Test match. I don't know. That, you know, the thing is, the Johnny Bairstow one, and again, I'm a bit on the fence with it, right? So I don't have an opinion either way on this one. But what I will say, he does that a lot.
Farooqi to start a new over, and Head's pulling through square leg for 4. Well, that's come off the bat like a bullet. And yeah, it was short from Farooqi. But Travis Head, sometimes he has a problem in red ball cricket when the ball is high up. But if you bowl around about his waist, he'll absolutely murder you. And that's exactly what he's done there, through square leg. 4 more, 56 for 1.
Well, when you grow up on the Adelaide Oval, that is a ball that you crave for, because obviously short boundaries to the side.
Next ball's pushed up towards wide mid-on, and there's no run.
But you're right, you know, he's had issues with real pace at his head, but lower than that, if you're bowling between probably his hip and his nipple almost, it's like asking you wanted to get belted from him. And he's a player that looks like he's got so much time when he does that and gets into those good positions. But again, about the Johnny Bairstow one, he actually did it that much in a Durham game. I asked the question.
Farooqi bowls to Head. Outside edge of the bat goes towards the man at point, and there's no run.
And before we get 1,000 emails saying, oh, I'm Aussie and I'm a bad bloke and all this sort of stuff, but it was so obvious that I actually asked our wicketkeeper, like, what's he doing? Like, are you thinking of taking the stumps off? And he goes, yeah, but I feel like we don't want to upset him, because then he'll bat really sensibly and off he goes if they don't give it out. But, you know, it was one of those things that you just saw so much of that I had to ask a question to go, what's he doing? So when that happened in the Test match, I thought to myself, well, you've done it all summer, mate.
And yeah, you are the Aussie and you are the bad bloke. Farooqi's left arm over. It's wide of the off stump to Travis Head, who's belted it over the covers for 4. He almost couldn't reach it, actually, Travis Head. And it was a bit of a hockey-style swipe over wide-ish mid-off. 60 for 1. Travis Head's on to 25 from 16.
I will say one thing about Afghanistan, that they very much a team that have to go by the playbook. Faruqi always bowls in their power play, and he generally bowls quite a few overs. If something goes awry, they're a bit slow to change.
He's bustling in again, Faruqi, with 5 on his back. That's short again, really. But Travis Head this time has inside edged the ball, potentially into a place where Travis Head really doesn't want to inside edge the ball, and now he's hobbling around and he's bending down and getting... Is he getting some sympathy from Steve Smith, maybe?
Yeah, not a great place to get hit, but like I say, they are occasionally slow to be a bit more proactive if something's going wrong. You know, is it, okay, we've got to bowl spin now, or we'll change it up, but sometimes they just stick to their basic, no, this is what we do. That's a painful blow for Travis Head, and it sometimes can, the hole they dig for themselves can be quite deep.
Some glum faces in blue shirts as well, everywhere you look at the moment. Because they gave themselves a chance, Afghanistan, with 274. Faruqi to completely over. Travis Head. That is delightful. It was a short ball from Faruqi, and Travis Head has just helped it over the head of the wicketkeeper. He's almost actually managed to get it over leg slip, but with the open face of the bat, he's just helped it on its way with the open face. Is that the ramp? I think it is, isn't it? 1 bounce for 4. Glorious from Head, 64 for 1.
Yeah, he's done that beautifully. So much time, just waited for it. Knows there's no fine leg, knows there's no trouble. And again, that's a fast bowler struggling to come up with a way to get out of his over.
And you'd feel now, 6 gone, 64 for 1. Head 29 off 18, Smith 8 off 3. It's got to be a change of pace, hasn't there?
You would think someone like a Nabi could come on now, something different, bit of change against the left-hander. Obviously, Rashid, they like to use him through that middle.
Still Asmat bowling his right arm fast medium, and Smith defends.
It's almost like they get to a stage where we're just going to keep going and hope the batter makes a mistake. And yeah, I get that. But sometimes in this game, you can't just hope for a mistake. You actually got to go searching for something and to try and rein it in.
Another good point that's been made by Chris on Twitter. It's clipped by Steve Smith out towards deep square leg. There is a fielder out there. So they just take a single, 65 for 1. Is Australia's net run rate is actually much worse than South Africa's, even though they're both on 3 points. South Africa plus 2.14, Australia plus 0.475.
Probably don't want to get India, do you, in Dubai in the semi-final?
Not at all. So, whether by accident or design, and they've just been gobbling up the gifts given to them by Afghanistan, or this is a real ploy to get after these runs quickly to improve that run rate. Asmat's round the wicket to Head, who drives one hand off the bat up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And India, well, they play New Zealand on Sunday, the last group game in Group A. That will determine the group winners there. But yeah, if India do win their group, they play in Dubai regardless against the second place team in Group B. But that is dependent on beating New Zealand, who've looked in good touch. Head cuts off the front foot, almost just waiting for the ball actually, and a slash or a dab to square third man for a single. 66 for 1.
Yeah, I said it earlier, I really like the way New Zealand are going at the moment as well. They found a very balanced batting lineup, and that was, I think, what they've also got is a young quick in O'Rourke, who is really exciting.
Asmat bowls to Smith, gets an inside edge onto his pad. one of those deliveries against Steve Smith where a bowler always thinks they're sort of in the game, but he's always just got the technique to keep everything out. Maddening, really. Single taken on the leg side, 67 for 1.
For all his uniqueness, it's such a simple technique when the ball is about to be delivered. Everything that goes on, the movements, the what happens, but as soon as you bowl the ball...
That's back round the wicket to Travis Head. Rolls his fingers over that one, actually. Slower ball. Trickles through to the wicket-keeper. 67 for 1, Australia. Head 30, Smith 10. It's been 7 overs of chaos at the beginning of this chase of 274. We are finally going to see some spin from an Afghanistan point of view. It's Mohammad Nabi. So changing the bowling, changing the commentary as well, because Nikesh Raghani is going to take my place. It feels like a good move, this does, Ryan Campbell.
Yeah, it does. He had to try something, change the pace, take all the pace off the ball. But again, Steve Smith, just talking about him, and he's got this amazing ability to change his technique as well on different sort of games and different surfaces. But been a wonderful player for Australia, one of the best we've seen.
What's going on, Ryan? This is carnage at the start of this innings. Drop catches, poor bowling, 6s, 4s flying over towards the ropes. Let's see if Mohammad Nabi can calm things down. Starts with a straight delivery, which has been clipped into the leg side by Smith for a single.
Who said 50 over cricket's dead?
Absolutely. Well, when you've got somebody as exciting as Travis Head at the top of the order, always guaranteed one of two things, either an early wicket or some very, very quick runs during this power play. Still got nearly 3 overs of the power play left. And Australia, if they can remain 1 down, keep the run rate right up there, they would have pretty much broken the back of this chase already, almost. Head back on strike. Now beat round the wicket, and Head is back punching down the ground. Beats mid-on. There is a long off in place. Rashid Khan running round to field that. Keeps it down to a couple of runs. Some really sloppy fielding as well early on from the Afghans, and that'll be the biggest disappointment, I think.
100%. You know, you understand when blokes bowl poorly, but when you get opportunities, again, no one ever hopes or tries to drop a catch, but you have to be on, your attitude has to be good, you have to be flying along to back up your team. You need to take those.
Head 32 from 22. Oh, he edges just past the slip fielder there. Gets down the other end for a single. I think there was some inside edge as well as pad involved in that. Let's take another look. No, I don't think there was any. Lots of excitement from the Afghan fielders, though. And that ball flew in the air. It was straight off the pads there. Nabi in, and Smith knocks it into the leg side for a single. We have just got some news in, Ryan, as well. Sorry to interrupt you there, that Jos Buttler has resigned as England captain. We were talking about this a little bit earlier on, weren't we? The position of Jos Buttler as captain after that defeat to Afghanistan. They've crashed out of the Champions Trophy. They've still got another game to play against South Africa, as we see Nabi continue here to Head. Another single taken into the leg side. Your reaction to that news?
Not surprised, to be honest. I honestly thought he was going to take a bit more time to decide, listening to his comments, that he didn't want to make an emotional decision. Nabi is in, and Smith squared up by that delivery. Gets a leading edge back down the pitch. No run. 8 overs gone. Australia 73 for 1 in this chase. Jos Buttler will captain in that final game against South Africa tomorrow, and then will step down as white ball skipper. I mean, no real great surprise given their fortunes in recent times, Ryan. Is there anybody lined up to come in place of Jos Buttler, particularly in the 50-over side? Well, it is interesting, and again, you know, Brendan McCullum is brand new to that white ball setup, so I've no doubt that he's got his own thoughts on the whole idea of leadership and captaincy, and coming in, probably didn't want to, upset the boat too much by trying to work out who should do what.
Azmat continues, short delivery,
but
ahead.
I just wonder, look, 50 over cricket, they haven't played it too well. It's been well documented. I have no doubt the players are out there. Obviously I'm involved in the county game. I think it's such a great competition. The talent that is floating around in county cricket is massive. So I just wonder, is it a great chance to say, you know what, we're going to go with a young team, young captain, and go for it.
Head faces up again, slaps this one across the line out towards cow corner. It was agricultural, it was off the toe end of the bat, but it just trickles away for 4 more runs to Australia.
Yeah, anywhere in his half now, Travis Head's going to go hard, but, talking about the captaincy, it is an opportunity, I think, to go with a very young team, with a young captain, and try and play it their way and create their own destiny, so to speak. And I'll be honest, I'll say the same about the ladies team. And again, that's not my basket, but obviously I work alongside our new team and Danny Hazel and the girls up in Durham.
Azmat gets head to edge one. It's gone over the keeper's head and away for 4 more. So fortune favouring Travis Head and Australia in this first 10 overs. It was slashed hard, though, and that's the thing, isn't it? If you're going to slash outside off stump, slash hard, and at some stage it'll probably fly away towards the rope, which that one has done.
Yeah, it's one of those players, he can be so frustrating, but suddenly you look up at the scoreboard and he's 40 or 50 already. But again, the ladies' game, Heather Knight, brilliant player, has done it for a long time, but maybe it's time for a new outlook, a young lady to take over.
Oh, that's too easy for Travis Head. It was on his hip. Fine leg in the circle. He's just helped it on its way. And that's 4 more. 3 fours in a row for Travis Head, who moves quickly to 45 from just 28. Australia 85 for 1 in the 9th over. I mean, look, Harry Brook did the job recently, didn't he, for England? Would he be a contender?
100% he's a contender. My only worry with Harry is that he plays all formats and he plays a lot. He doesn't rest too often. So, yes, he's going to play, but then if you're throwing the captaincy to him, is he going to thrive in that environment? From all reports I've heard, he loves the job and did it really well at the Northern Superchargers.
Azmat goes over the wicket to Head, and it's a better delivery, defended for no run.
And obviously he did it in that 5-match series. So he's definitely #1 contender. But what I'd like to see is to make sure you don't rush into it. You've got a lot of time. I think, you play West Indies in May or something. So sit down, think about it, speak to people, understand what sort of group you've got and what sort of team you're going to pick. Does Joe Root play, for instance? If he's playing to look after all the other kids, then you can have some sort of captain around him.
Head gets another one on his pads, flicks it to short fine leg.
But again, they move
single taken.
They move the team so much, especially it's a big English summer with 5 tests against the India, so you expect a lot of players playing in the Test series not to be in the one-day team, so that changes it all again. So yeah, look, it's a tough one. If you do say it's Brook, but he's not going to play in the summer, then you're starting a new campaign almost without a captain. It's a fill-in captain, and there's that fill-in feel about the whole thing. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see what happens, and this is we all know this is coming from the Aussie here. I don't think it's time to panic, because I promise you there's so much talent in English cricket. You'll get it eventually.
Australia 86 for 1 then after 9. Nabi in, down the track comes Head. He smashes it over the head of mid-on. There is a deep mid-wicket fielder running round. Does manage to cut that one off. A couple of more runs taken. I guess the question is there a case that you might not need, as England, a one player across 2 white ball formats? You see what India have done maybe with Rohit Sharma in charge of the Test team and the ODI team, and then the T20 team is completely different. There's a lot more young faces in there. Suryakumar Yadav is in charge of that team. Nabi in, and Head knocks it down the ground for a single this time. Because, you know, as we mentioned earlier, T20 cricket is a lot further away from 50-over cricket than perhaps Test cricket is. There's a lot more ebbs and flows. There's a lot more similarities between ODI and the Test format. Is there an argument perhaps to have one captain for those two and a separate for T20?
Yeah, good call. Like I, to be honest, when I look at the England cricket team, I think their 50-over team's a T20 team.
Now beaten, defended by Smith, no run.
That's the honest truth. I look at it, and I know there's not a lot of people say there isn't much difference, but there kind of is. And I think a guy like Joe Root, Kane Williamson from New Zealand, they're the guys that actually are the glue.
Back foot punch by Smith into the covers, no run.
That make the 50-over team so good and so great at times. So there is a difference, and I think England got to delve a bit deeper into the personnel that they're going to put into that 50-over setup if they're going to be a serious contender at the next World Cup.
And that will be the target, the 2027 ODI World Cup, as Naby's in again to Smith. Another decent delivery, just outside off, defended by Smith for no run. 89 for 1 then Australia. One ball left in this power play. Head 48 from 32 at the other end. Smith manages to get a single this time into the leg side. So Australia complete a very good power play. 90 for 1 in their chase of 274 for victory. Remember, winner of today's game will go through to the semi-finals. Right, Stefan Schemmels going to come in for me, and Michael Carberry is going to replace Ryan Campbell. Over to you, Stefan. In fact, I'm going to stick around a little bit. Ryan's going to take a break. Michael Carberry back in alongside. 90 for 1 then. Really good start for Australia. I'll get your reaction to Jos Buttler as well. No great surprise from what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, not hugely surprised. I think the murmurs that were coming out of the camp after the Afghanistan loss, you got a sense that it really was a matter of time, sort of delaying the inevitable. But yeah, I guess, look, questions have to be asked when you've not had the greatest stretch as captain. You crashed out of now 2 world tournaments. I think you have to expect those changes.
90 for 1 then in this game. Australia, Afghanistan need some wickets, and they need them quickly. Smith with his cap on now, facing up here to Noor Ahmed for the first time. Left arm over. Slip in place. That's slightly wide of the off stump. It's been cut away by Smith towards deep backward point. He'll get another single. Where do you stand in terms of contenders to take over? Is there anybody that jumps out at you at the moment from this current squad?
I've got to be honest, not really. I mean, my concern is not so much with Jos Buttler, even though I expected that to change. It's always been the approach to our cricket that I've had the greatest concern with, in the lack of adaptability. This sort of gung-ho approach.
Noor into the left-handed head. He pulls out towards deep backward square, takes the single. Does that responsibility lie, do you think, with the captain, or is it more the coaching staff, the selectors?
Yeah, I think it's everybody. I think everybody concerned that, they say questions have to be asked. So that's where my biggest, my biggest concerns has always been.
Short and wide, and cut by Smith again for a single.
I think Ryan made a good point early in the day about, I think the rest of the world is no longer a surprise when they play against England. In fact, they've almost let England trip over their own feet at times in the pursuit of playing quote-unquote entertaining cricket. But remember, it's a results-based business. You're there to win games.
Noor short to head, and that's been pulled in front of square out towards deep mid-wicket. Should be a couple of runs, and is.
And I know I'm not speaking as someone that played 50 international games, but I've played 20 years of first-class cricket, and that you know, every day is different. You have to find different ways of winning cricket matches, and it can't just be this blanket approach of, well, we're just going to pick 90-mile-an-hour bowlers to hit you on the head and we're going to try and slog it at 8 and over. It's got to be a little bit more nous going into how we're going to play in different parts of the world, as we've seen when they played in India recently. You know, the people are going to prepare pitches. They saw the same thing against the Pakistan Test series. When they go again in world tournaments like this, where the pitches are going to be low and slow as you go into the back end of a tournament, you have to be able to adapt. You know, I also look at some of the selections as well.
Nor into Travis Head. Back, punching out towards deep cover. That will be another single, incidentally, in that previous ball. 50 for Travis Head. Well played 50. 51 off 34 balls. It's now 52 from 35. Could have been run out, though. A little bit sloppy getting his bat back in his crease. Got it back safely. I think Gurbaz took the bails with his gloves anyway. Next ball is short and wide, and Smith misses out on an attempted cut. So 11 overs gone. Australia 96 for 1. You continue on your point, Michael Carberry, and then Stefan will come in for me.
Yeah, just saying, looking at some of the selections over the last couple of years, I mean, look, some of our, and this is just my opinion, some of our more consistent white ball players, particularly batsmen, haven't been selected. I mean, you look at the likes of, you know, Davin Malan, for example, you know, someone who's been incredibly consistent over the years, was almost forced into retirement. You got we're now losing James Vince to franchise cricket, again, very consistent performer. I know these guys now are, you know, sort of north of 30, but they're still very good players. I still believe they've got a lot to offer. You know, look at the spin department. You got the likes of Liam Dawson, you know, Reece Topley. You've got some very good older players that I believe, you know, this is their time. This is where they're playing their best cricket, and we've left them behind to, you know, to play a team that, for me, it's too samey. I mean, I had no doubt Joe Root would get runs in the series, because Joe Root is a class act in across all formats.
Just another quiet Friday afternoon then, Carbs, as Travis Head plays off the back foot into the offside. Nabi is bowling the off spinner. There's no run. Hashmat does the fielding at short extra cover. I'm struggling to wrap my head of everything that's going on at the moment. Australia need 274 to beat Afghanistan. They're 96 for 1 after 11.1 as Nabi bowls round the wicket to Head, and again he finds the man at short cover. And in those 11.1 overs, we've had 2 drop catches, an injury to Matt Short, and Travis Head lighting up the Lahore night with his stroke play. But the big breaking news from English cricket is that Joss Buttler has resigned as England's white ball captain, as Nabi bowls onto the hip of Head. It's turned into the leg side for a singles. 97 for 1. Tomorrow's game against South Africa will be Butler's last game as England white ball captain. Of course, you can hear that on Test Match Special, 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds app, wherever you are in the world, on the ICC website and app as well. So it feels like there's so much going on for us to talk to you about over the next 2 or 3 hours, as these two teams play for a place in the semi-finals, as Smith pushes the ball back towards Nabi. Whoever wins is definitely in the last 4. If Australia lose, they get a second chance with that England-South Africa game tomorrow, but their net run rate is so inferior to South Africa's, it takes something extraordinary. Nabi with an angled approach, and Smith off the back foot and an open blade just pushes the ball towards point for a singles. 98 for 1 in the 12th. But it's been a tricky winter for English cricket as a whole, and yes, there's been bright spots. The men's series win in New Zealand was definitely impressive. The women won in South Africa before Christmas, but apart from that, since 2025 broke, it's been tough viewing as Head slaps the ball towards wide long off. Rashid Khan gets round and does the fielding. 2 taken, so Australia go to 100 for 1. They need another 174 from 38 overs. yeah, Michael, you think that the women were really thrashed in Australia in the Ashes, that the men under Brendan McCullum have really struggled, this new white ball era, first in India, now at the Champions Trophy. The Lions under Andrew Flintoff had a tough time. The women's under-19s went out of the World Cup in the semi-finals. The men's under-19s did OK in South Africa under Archie Vaughan's captaincy. A tough couple of months for English cricket.
Yeah, it has been, because again, I think when they do their review of what's gone on, as I said, as a former player, you know how the game should be played.
Noor Ahmed's bowling, left arm wrist spin to Smith, who defends.
And I'm all for playing entertaining cricket, but I also recognise that at times you have to adapt, and I haven't seen that across all the England teams recently, of this blanket approach of wanting to be all-out aggression.
Tweak from Smith, hits the pad. It's going well down the leg side anyway. Scampering Smith. I think he's going to try and come back for a second. Yeah, there's a misfield anyway in the deep on the leg side. 102 for 1.
I think more the thing that grates on the gears of England fans, I think they, most knowledgeable cricket fans can accept you're going to lose games in trying to win games. That's fine, but I think when questioned, it's the sort of responses you get from the camps that I think grates on the gears of a lot of England fans, of not accepting the responsibility.
Smith's batting in a cap. It's short from Noor, and Smith, who's so good at playing off the back foot through the offside, just waits and pushes the ball with an angled blade behind square for 2, 104 for 1.
Yeah, it's sort of well, that's the way we play, and that's it. So, okay, well, I think, is there room for adaptability? Is there room to maybe tweak what you're doing? I mean, some of the greatest sports people of all time are always happy to adapt and reinvent themselves.
Noor's wearing 15, and Smith just very carefully turns the ball past the square leg umpire. It'll just be a single, 105 for 1. One thing I'm really interested in, Michael, and as someone who's been inside an England dressing room when things have started to go wrong, I don't want to worry anyone, but the ground staff are getting the covers ready here as well. Rain was forecast in Lahore. Actually, for the start of the day, we've potentially done well to get this far. Slip in place of the left-handed head, who goes back and cuts past the man at point. There'll be a chase towards a boundary. In fact, not even in there, the two fielders, because there's a sweeper on the offside as well. 109 for 1. Yeah, when you're in that dressing room, Michael, and understandably you guys are trying to block out all of the outside noise, because it is not helpful, is it, to be reading or to be hearing. You cannot concentrate on your cricket. In fact, I think the players might be going off here, because Kumar Dharmasena has just pointed to the sky, and the covers are coming on. So the players are going off at 12.5 overs rather, with Australia 109 for 1 with a target of 274. We can see the rain falling, pretty big drops actually in the floodlights. There's plenty to talk about in the world of cricket after Jos Buttler has resigned as the England white ball captain. Match situation in this one, effective quarter-final. Australia need 274. They're 109 for 1 against Afghanistan. Michael Carberry, the former England opener, is there an understanding that the England team exists for everyone? And what I mean by that is there are so many people invested in English cricket that want them to do well, and that is players, fans, media, etc., etc. Or when you're in that bubble, when you're in that environment, is the only thing that matters to you what's going on inside those four walls?
Well, no, I mean, I think I'm speaking as an Englishman. Yeah, I want my country to do well. I want my country to be on top of world cricket. I want to see them play with passion. I don't play myself anymore, but I want to see them take the game forward, dominate world cricket as I've seen the Australians do in the 2000s, the West Indies of the 80s. You want England to be that powerhouse, of course. But having been inside the walls of it, I mean, you understand that that's a process of a team having to adapt. So let's use the Australians of the 2000s, because that was more my era of playing. And that team was able to win not only in Australia, but were able to win Test series away from Australia, and which meant they had to learn how to win cricket matches and adapt as a team. And as I come back to the point I was making, even our own Joe Root, great, going to go down as one of the all-time greats of the game. A couple of years ago, he was having some major struggles with the bat, reinvented himself, which takes a lot of humility to do, but he did it, and you're seeing now he's arguably in the best form of his life. So there's never been a team or sportsmen, women, that haven't at some point had to adapt or tweak how you're going to approach things, because the game is always evolving. And that's my issue with the England setup, or how they've played over. Look, I'll give Brendan McCullum his flowers on a few things. Look, different to my era. I didn't particularly enjoy the change of environment, the one I played in, but there were different things going on that were documented. It appears from the outside looking in that what McCullum has created is a much more welcoming environment. So players, and you can see that with the fact that players have come in, the likes of Brooke, the likes of Jamie Smiths, have come in and done really well within their first game or two. So I like that side of things. I like the fact that he's encouraged positive cricket, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. But you also, there's positive and there's reckless. And I think that's the issue England fans have had. They've just watched England trip over their own feet in games that it's unbelievable that we've even lost. I mean, I think back to, Test matches in India where we were so far in front of the game. We had so much time in the game left, and it just required a bit of common sense, a bit of calmness to see the game home. We ended up on the losing end of a Test series, and we're like, well, how we ended up here? And it's those occasions that I think England fans are just getting a little bit irritated by.
The reason, and I'm bringing it back to that point of fans getting irritated, and the reason I asked that question of when you're in the dressing room, does what happen outside the dressing room matter to you, is because your job as an England cricketer, isn't it, is to score runs, take wickets, win matches. Essentially, that is all that matters, isn't it? Largely, that is what you are judged on. And one of the things that Alistair Cook said to us when he joined the Test match special team not long after his retirement as an England cricketer is he said, actually, when he reflects on his time as England captain in particular, he can see that he didn't get across in the media what he was actually like as a person. And part of the reason for that was, he said, I didn't see it as my job to be engaged with the media, to be giving them lines, to be giving them copy, because I put all my energy into scoring runs and to leading the team. And if I was putting energy into anything that wasn't those things, I wasn't giving those things my all. So when we do hear these things from the England cricketers sometimes that jar with us, when they say it doesn't matter if we lose every game in India so long as we go and win the Champions Trophy, or it doesn't matter if we get caught on the boundary, we'll play the same shot again. Those things aren't important, are they? What they say to us, what they say to the fans, as long as they're winning games of cricket and they're scoring runs and taking wickets, or are they? Is perception important? Do you think about those things when you're in the dressing room?
I think anyone that has any pride in their performance, for me, would not say, well, I'm happy to be caught on the boundary, seemingly with no pressure on me. That to me, I don't really understand those comments personally. I wouldn't make those comments personally. I think there's a fine line between, getting too caught up with outside noise and what happens within the dressing room. But having said that, I think it's just recognition that when you haven't played well, you haven't played well, is what I'm getting at. It's not trying to sugarcoat and say, well, it doesn't matter if we do this, it doesn't matter. No, it does matter. And the problem is they're saying this stuff, but they're not winning cricket matches. The results are actually going in the other direction.
That's the voice of Michael Carberry, who's the former England opener. We've also got Ryan Campbell here as well, former Australia international, Netherlands coach. I suppose that's the other question then to both of you really. And Carbs, you say it does matter when you lose games of cricket, but what is the balance from both of your points of view? And again, Michael, I'll take it back to that 2013-14 Ashes series, or you Ryan, maybe you can answer this first as a coach. What is that line between taking pressure off players because they put enough pressure on themselves to do well, and there's enough pressure from other places to take the pressure off, to go, hey, you have just lost a game of cricket, this isn't life or death, to also letting them know, look, this does matter to people, and they want to hear that if you do lose, that you do care.
Yeah, look, I think every sporting team, you're employed to win. That's what we do. You're in sport. It's win-loss. You're hired and fired, so to speak, if you win or lose. But in saying all that, I think that Brendan, who's done an unbelievable job in creating an environment, a positive environment, to what he wanted the players to do. I actually think there's a little bit it got lost in translation, and I think some players said a few things and got caught up in the whole Bazball sort of thing, when I don't actually think that's what McCullum was trying to do. I just think a few players said some stuff, and then suddenly the media got it, and then it just ran, and away it went. I think everyone, of course, cares about what their performance does. I think that you're trying to understand that every time we go out to play, are we learning? That's the biggest thing for me. Like the greats of the game, I'm not talking about our game, I'm talking about any game. They continue to learn. Every day they come to work, they're trying to get better. I watch our staff at Durham. The older guys work harder than the younger ones because they know they've got to keep getting better and better. It's when you stop looking to get better is when you're in trouble. And I don't think this England outfit is anywhere near that. I think they continue to learn. They've got a great leader in, Ben Stokes in the Test arena. Have they got it right? No. They haven't won because they're not the number one team in the world. That's the whole thing. When is the last time England were the number one team in the world? That's the questions I would ask. And how are we going to get there? Is it this way? Like McCullum might have took over and said, well, we're not getting there the way you guys are playing, so I'm going to try something different. And if I'm going to go down, I'm going my way, which is great. I love that. But now I think we saw a restock before, halfway through his tenure, and I think they all looked at it and went, okay.
After the tour of India, when there was a little bit shuffling the personnel.
Do we need to tinker a thing or two? As spectators, I reckon people will say, because I get asked this all the time, it's like, don't ask me, I don't know. Selection. I know my selection at Durham, how I go about it and what I'm doing with Marcus North and the captain, and we're trying to look ahead. But people watching the England Test teams will say, well, how is Crawley still playing? How is Pope still playing? This and they probably deserve to be. I don't know. I don't have an opinion on it. But to the average Joe Blow who look at the numbers and go, oh, hang on a minute, this doesn't make sense. That's where you're starting to get a bit of questions being thrown about. It's like, well, how isn't that guy playing when this guy's playing? And, what are we going to do next? And then that's when the whole thing starts to shake. And I wondered, I'll be honest, when Brendan took over the white ball team, if the white ball team didn't go well, will that start to affect the Test team? Because suddenly the rumblings come, which he hasn't received so far. But now you know that people were about to lose a captain, which no one likes to see that. I don't care who you are. You don't want to see your captain resigning because the team aren't going so well. You want them to take over and be bloody legends of the game. But that is also part of it,
Oh, I want to get into both of you with what might happen next. But, Michael, just to finish on this point of, I don't know, public perception and how players feel, or the message they might give when things don't go well. A famous example might have been on that Ashes tour was with the Kevin Peterson whistling thing, which may have been blown up out of all proportion. But what I would say from my point of view, being a cricket journalist and being on tours and getting close to players, not once have I ever encountered a player and thought, he or she is not desperate to do well for their country. I don't think I could ever question the professionalism or the effort or that desire to do well, because these are dreams and careers that are on the line, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you know, to lose games of cricket, whether you play for England, you play for Hampshire, you play for Durham, it hurts. I think that's the message me and Ryan are trying to get across is, and even in his position as a professional coach, it hurts. We're in a performance-based business. I would never say that the players, when they go on the team bus after a loss, do not care. I just don't think that some of the things that have come out, or the way it's come across, have helped the perception. I think sometimes it's just say what, as I said, it's a fine line between taking pressure off and then it becoming a bit of an excuse culture. And I think that's where supporters are at with the England cricket team at the moment. And it's just probably the dial hasn't quite been right in that respect. And I think that's probably led to some of the perception.
It is absolutely bucketing down in Lahore, to the extent that there are puddles not only on the outfield but on the edge of the square as well. There are white sheets covering the square and the bowler's run-up. But beyond that, the ground is almost turned into a lake straight away. I'd be stunned if they get back on in this. I'm not 100% sure what the drainage is like in Lahore. 109 for 1, Australia plays Afghanistan 273, target of 274. A washout leaves things interesting, leaves the table interesting, because we would be left with South Africa on 3 points, Australia on 4 and through, and Afghanistan on 3. Their net run rate will be much worse than South Africa's. So I think it would be mathematically impossible for South Africa's net run rate to diminish to a point where they'd be below Afghanistan's. We'd need to check that. And I'll go away and check my ICC tournament playing conditions. But what I can say is it's belting down with rain. Australia 109 for 1 off 12.5 overs. Afghanistan 273. We're reflecting on Test Match Special on the exit of Jos Buttler as England's white ball captain. He has resigned today. I'm alongside Ryan Campbell and Michael Carberry, who, congratulations, gentlemen, I've just placed you in charge of English cricket for the next 10 or 15 minutes at least. The salary is negligible, but I'd like a plan, please. What happens next?
Josh Inglis is actually brought up in Yorkshire, so we're going to get him. Plan. Hey, there's always a plan. That's the thing. Don't think that, okay, they've lost a series, and the whole thing, I always sort of have a bit of a wry sort of giggle when, after an Ashes, whoever loses the Ashes, their cricket sucks. Basically, their domestic system sucks, the balls they use suck, everything sucks. But then you rebuild it, and you start to work out that, is your domestic game good? For me, what I see, yes. Could you play 50-over cricket? That's debatable, because I'm not going to argue about the 100, because we've just seen the 100's probably saved cricket for all time with the amount of money that's just got raised. So let's not give that a hard time. But the facts are, the quality is here. I have no doubt that McCullum is a smart man who's sitting there planning. He's got an end goal. You've got a captain of the Test team who's an absolute genius of a player and a pretty good judge of character and the way he goes about playing the game and how he wants to see it. I have no doubt they've got a plan. In fact, the whole thing is that every decision they've made has been to try and beat Australia in Australia. That's why they talk about pace all the time. That's why they talk about certain players playing. There's a clear plan there. The white ball team is the interesting thing, because instead of us saying white ball cricket, and Carbs and I come from the same time, we're more the old days when it was 50-over cricket, that's it. But 50-over cricket and T20 is a whole different beast. And I think the plans for those two teams have to be so different, because the T20 team, England will always be good at, because most of their players play in the franchise leagues, and we've got a great T tournament here, plus they have the 100. So they're going to play plenty, and they're going to be great at it. But what do you do with a 50 over team? That's where I want to ask the questions. That's where I think the planning has to be seriously long and talking to the right people. 2027's the goal. Every Lions trip from now on, for instance, it's only a group that I'm taking that I think are going to play into the 2027 World Cup. All those kids, I don't care. You can't play in that T20 tournament because I need you for this period of time because we need to get good at 50 over cricket. That's planning that needs to happen because otherwise, if you do the same thing, you're going to get the same result, and that is the definition of insanity.
Director of Cricket, Carberry, what's your next move?
I think Mr. Campbell summed it up pretty much. You've got to start with the next generation for me, and like I said, you've got to, if you're going to take lads away on the winters, on the Lions, quite simply, you need to play more 50 over cricket. Now, for the more seasoned professionals, where you find those windows, again, I'm not involved in the professional game. Ryan will probably have more visibility on that one, but somehow we've got to maybe just put our foot down as the ECB to say to players, look, yes, we would love you to go and play some of these franchises, but we really need you to get X amount of games, 50 over games under your belt, because the bigger picture is we've got a World Cup in 2 years' time or 18 months' time, whenever it is. But for me, yes, the key is getting England players to play more 50 over cricket, get their experience levels up, get their skills levels up.
Can I have a name from each of you as England's next white ball captain, or two names if it should be a 50 over captain and a 20 over captain?
I thought you were going to say you can have a young name that should be playing in the 50 over team in 2027. I was going to give you a couple there. McKinney, Harry Moore, Bethel. They're the three that you should start with. Then build the rest of the team around those three.
And who's going to be captain?
I would say it's going to be Harry Brook. But again, you could go left field and go pick the smartest, brightest young prospect, and Harry Brook is that, don't get me wrong, but if he's always away playing Test cricket and T20, okay, let's think about it. Let's not rush into a decision. Let's find...
Because England have got time until they play white ball cricket again.
Exactly. You don't have to rush into these things. It could be an older player who you think you're going to phase out of the 50 or is not in the 50 over game, and maybe one of the Test players that you think, that's interesting, maybe we slide him in here. You know, I know Joe Root's done it before, and he's getting to that age where you go, no. But if you're solely a young side, maybe you do need a couple of those older guys, solid heads, to keep them all in check. I don't know, but again, I'm one of those guys that I love giving opportunity to young kids. I think they just revel in it, and for that 50 over squad, like I say, I think the calendar is so crowded, and they all want to play T20 because that's where the bucks are and all that. I get it. But, for instance, a Matthew Potts, if you're not going to play him in your first string Test team, maybe you've got to go, okay, he's going to lead our attack. That's the guy that's going to lead our attack. Let's go him, let's go Hull, let's go someone else, and go, you know what, we're going to stick with those groups. 50 over cricket only, and we'll see where we end up, because at the end of the day, you've got nothing to lose. You literally have nothing to lose.
And who's your captain, Michael, going forward?
I think the obvious one for me, would be Harry Brook, because simply I think he's probably the more established young player in that setup, most likely to play all the games. Around that, I don't see anyone that stands out at the moment as captain, but I'm with Ryan on that one. I think it's a good opportunity to start to rebuild using some good young players, the likes of Bethels. I quite like Bethel. I think he's a top talent. Matthew Potts has done well, but seems to have drifted out of things a little bit. So again, look, the talent's around. I think now's the time to look at what we have, and again, I'll come back to the same thing. I think it's a good opportunity to just start to build a blueprint of how and the approach on how we want to go about things, and it will vary from country to country wherever we play, and I think that for me is the key.
And just as a final point, Michael, as well, even though Josh Buttler is stepping down today as England white ball captain, what shouldn't be forgotten is that Josh Butler was the man who committed the last act of the 2019 World Cup final, taking the bails off to complete that run out that gave England the World Cup in the Super Over. He was the captain when England won the T20 World Cup in 2022. He would probably go down as England's finest white ball batter ever. We'll wait to see if he's going to continue playing for England in white ball cricket, because one of the things that a new captain would have to do is get the best out of Josh Butler, the player. The fact that he has stepped down and that it has not gone well for England under his captaincy in these past 3 tournaments takes little away from his achievements in an England shirt.
No, absolutely. Like, Josh Butler, for me, is an absolute great of white ball cricket, and that shouldn't be forgotten. I mean, look, we're saying he's stepping down as captain. We're not saying he's dropped and that's the end of his career. I still believe, how old is Josh Butler now? 33, 34. He still has a lot of mileage in the tank, and would be great to have him around because it would aid your new captain, whoever that may be. In terms of, just a shoulder to lean on, someone to learn off. So I still think Josh Butler has a very crucial role to play within any dressing room. He's a great guy as well, and yeah, Josh Butler scoring runs again undoubtedly is a good thing for English cricket. It's a great thing for English cricket, which is we've all missed, really, is watching him in full flow. So, that's what I think we all want to see. But yeah, take nothing away. Look, I've been fortunate enough to see this guy at the start of his career, and he's developed into arguably one of the best players I've ever seen in this format. So, congratulations on it. It's been a great run for him.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Ryan. We've been reflecting on the news that Josh Butler has stepped down as England's white ball captain. Tomorrow's game against South Africa, their final game in the Champions Trophy, will be Butler's last game as England skipper. The full story now is on the BBC Sport website. We've been watching the game in Lahore between Afghanistan and Australia, and it has bucketed it down in Lahore. After 12.5 overs of Australia's reply, target of 274, they reach 109 for 1. Effectively a quarter-final this game. Both teams would go through to the last 4 with victory. Afghanistan definitely out if they lose. Australia would be waiting on the game tomorrow between South Africa and England. We need to get to 20 overs in the Australia reply for this to constitute a game, for DLS to come into it. If not, it's a point apiece, which means Australia go to 4 and are through. Afghanistan would have 3 and be level on points with South Africa. So in theory, if South Africa were to lose tomorrow, South Africa and Afghanistan on the same number of points, it would come down to net run rate. Problem is, at the moment, Afghanistan's net run rate is so far behind South Africa's, I'm not sure I can see a mathematical way that Afghanistan would go through. So they will be desperate to get back on Afghanistan. At the moment, though, the ground in Lahore is so wet. Even if it was to stop raining, it would take a considerable clean-up operation. There is time built in before we start losing overs, but I would say that the prospects of play look a little bit bleak. So we're going to leave it here for now. And we're going to listen to the Test Match Special podcast because after England went out of the Champions Trophy earlier this week with defeat by Afghanistan 2 days ago, Henry Moran and the team asked just what's going wrong at the moment with the English white ball team. Is it an attitude problem, the captaincy of Josh Butler, or is there more to it than that? Henry was joined by World Cup winner Alex Hartley and the Test Match Special colleagues Atif Nawaz and Dan Norcross.